with people you have endowed with the ability to save lives, and those who have come to educate us so that we can also ensure that our lives are well taken care of. We commit the proceedings today into your hands, and we ask that you help us to learn all that we should as medical practitioners to ensure that our lives, our finances are also effectively taken care of as we discharge our duties. Thank you, Father, for in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Let's put our hands together for him, please. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're starting shortly. And just before we proceed with the order of the program, for many of us that followed the publicity on our page, on the LB page, the treasurer promised, or the executives, they promised that the first 5 people to get there this morning will be going home with a sum of, sorry, not money. Yeah, so but they have gifts for us, package for us. So please, if you hear your name, just consider yourself one of the lucky people who came in early. Actually, you qualified yourself for these gifts. All right. So please, who is Dr. Bakari O Yusuf in medical microbiology? All right. Congratulations, sir. So you just won yourself a sum of, sorry, not money. I'll give you. All right. Dr. Tosin Olasojo. Did I get that right? Okay, please let's clap for us. The second person to come into this place today. Dr. Shishi Agbola Adegbola. All right, congratulations also. Okay. All right. Sorry, Dr. Bakari Ayodeji, Pediatrics Department. Congratulations to. And Dr. Okuola Toluwanimi, is he here? Or he just wrote his name and Japad. All right. All right. So I will call on the ARD president, please. Ma, please come and help me present this gift. Yes, to these winners. The money, yes, the money. All right. Please, can you just come forward for your gifts? Yes, all of you. So that we have a picture of early birds. To be early to events. All right. I will take him in their pictures. All right. We have, yes.
Treasure Summit. We don't need to be all dramatic about it. Oh, yeah. Congratulations on coming early. So our very own Senior Registrar Pediatrics, Dr. Bakari, thank you for coming early to the program. We appreciate you, ma. Our very own Dr. Boy of Microbiology, Dr. Bakari Yusuf, congrats. And my very special Dr. Sesti Agbola of Emergency Medicine Department. Thank you, ma. Who's the 5th? Okay. All right, it's not here. So,
Yes, you can just.
thank you. So I'm just looking around the room. I think I can see 2 of our very distinguished presenters here today. I'm sorry, let me walk to the podium here. So good morning to our distinguished presenters, esteemed colleagues, and friends who are present today. Welcome to the inaugural Treasure Summit. Today we gather to empower ourselves with financial knowledge and to also reaffirm our commitment to financial literacy. We are also going to Today, we're going to be navigating the intersections between finance and medicine. Our program is designed to equip us with practical strategies to manage our finances, optimize our investments, and secure our financial future. I thank the organizing committee and the speakers, our mentors and partners for their tireless efforts and support. To our medical colleagues, your dedication to excellence in medicine is matched only by your need for sound financial planning. May this summit be enlightening, engaging, and transformative. Once again, I welcome you all to the inaugural Treasure Summit of the Association of Resident Doctors, Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, and I wish us a productive and beautiful outing today. Thank you all, and God bless.
Can we put our hands together again for our ARD president? Yes, thank you very much, ma'am, for that short address. All right. Who here knows the theme of this Treasure Summit? Okay, please you tell us. I'm not sure everybody here knows. Yeah.
The doctor's treasure chest, investing, saving, and growing.
Let's clap for Anna. All right. So what about the sub theme of the events? Anybody? I want to say it again. No, all right. Tell us, please. Thank you.
Navigating financial independence, tailored investment strategies for healthcare profession.
All right. So let's clap for her again. Okay. So again, so the theme for the event is the doctor's treasure chest. So investing, saving, and growing. So if you are going home with anything today, you know that you have come to be equipped with the knowledge to invest, to save, and to grow. So this is going to be like a slogan or like a mantra for us so that we keep reminding ourselves of why we are here. So if I say the Treasure Summit, you reply by saying investing, saving, and growing. Did you get that? Okay, all right. The Treasure Summit. Let's clap for ourselves, please. Okay. So up next, we'll be taking the keynote, the first keynote address for the event, and that will be taken by Dr. Ike. So it's going to be a visual presentation. So we are trying to connect to him and to let us have that address shortly. All right, DJ, please, can you just play us something light? So as we're waiting for Dr. Ike, we are moving, we are shaking our bodies too. Thank you.
I know the lion, I know the wind go, the fly, the water go. Oh my Lord. I will be there in the window. multiply. Mama. Ayo, ayo, ayo. You want my flavor? Over the blood, every part of me. Said I be, I'm on me now. Oh,
I'll give it. And I'm here.
let me show. And I'm still asking you for more. Cause you're gonna be gone. Cause you're gonna be gone.
Exactly, would have come from him now. And it's like you're going to know the patient or allergy. Yes.
Hi, I'm Dana. I'm a filmmaker.
It was all a dream, just a new girl on the scene. Got your face on magazines. How it feels killing me. Finding you can't see. Plenty fire in my eyes. That's the way I like to be. Where I stay, where I be. I can figure out myself, and I'm visiting in my world. I can hold on to the past, be absolutely mad, but I show up this, just searching for my wings. You know where I'll find it. I would take a limousine, it's for all burning, burning you, burning, burning you, burning, 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 burning. Don't you rush into the game. These games will kill you. Don't let them decide. Sweet words are not true. Roll up is inside. And you can bet on it. Yeah, you can bet on it. Burning, 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 burning. Yeah, 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 right. Yeah, yeah, my mind. Yeah, yeah, my mind. I said 5 in the morning. I wake up to fight for my earnings. Yeah, in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. Tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. Trying to get by, but I'm burning. Behind my mind, it run. Running that's a trouble, fighting to give up my pain, fighting to be on my lane, my mind, running to the other side, when it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out, tell you what I need, right, yeah, I really need time, I need to free my mind, I really need my mind, I need to free my mind down. I really need your help. I need to free my mind. I really need my help. Oh, yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. That means love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy.
Once again, everyone. All right, so pardon also, please. We are still having challenges with our technical presentation. All right, so while waiting for that to be sorted out, so today is going to be filled with goodies, a lot of goodies. Don't worry. We've given the first 5 people that came in their own gifts already, so expect more gifts to be shared. All right. Okay, so please, I just want to do a little of posture. All right. Treasure Summit. We are sleeping on it. So if I tell you Treasure Summit, you say investing, saving, and growing. So let's take it again. Treasure Summit. All right, thank you. So I'll just be talking to people randomly. So you tell us, you introduce yourself to us, and then you give us your expectation. You just tell us why you came and what you expect from the program, just randomly. All right, good morning, ma. Please, yeah, you introduce yourself. Tell us your expectation.
Morning, I'm Dr. Akinkwelu from Department of Emergency Medicine. Okay. Akinkwelu Lushewa from Emergency Medicine. My expectation is, of course, to learn about investing, how to better manage funds, and all that. That's what I expect.
All right, thank you. Let's put our hands together for her. All right, so let me choose another person. Good morning, sir. All right, please introduce yourself and tell us your expectations.
Good morning. So my name is Dr. Babayode from Department of Chemical Pathology. So my expectation from this summit will be to learn more on how to invest,
All right.
Save more, then build wealth.
All right. Okay. So I like the last part, to build wealth. So that's the goal. All right. So good morning, sir. Yes, introduce yourself. Tell us your expectations.
My name is Dr. Shuke from, I'm in psychiatry department. My expectation is to know how to make money and how to retain money.
All right, sir. Let's clap for him, please. Okay. One more person. Don't worry, I'm my person, so I'll call you. I am my people here. My chief, sir. All right, sir. Introduce yourself, sir. Sir, you've not updated your bio. You do it now this morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Shijade from Pediatrics. And my expectation is to leave this place with a bagload of money.
Sir?
I hope to leave this place with a bagload of money.
Bagload of money. All right, sir. Don't worry. We got you, sir. All right, let's celebrate him, please. So he's just qualified as a fellow of the West Africa College of Physicians. That's my chief. All right. Okay. Sorry, is Dr. Ike ready for us? Technical. All right. So once again,
I'm
let's.
here. Once already, let me know. I'm already on.
All right, sir. Please, sir, you can go ahead with the presentation. Thank you, sir.
I'm waiting for them to enable me to share my slide, then I can start.
Good morning once again, sir. Please, you can share your slide now.
All right. So let me see. Okay. Okay, so I'm sure I'm audible enough. Let me see. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay, I'll try and see if I can do my video. It's just trying to maximize my network so I don't do multiple things. But since you can see the slide, that's fine. Good morning, my dear colleagues. My name is Dr. Ukwe Ikechukwu. I think I should go. Okay. All right. So this is the topic I've been given. I'm told I'm to speak for 30 minutes. My name is Dr. Ukwe Ikechukwu. I practice as a consultant community physician in University of Calabar Teaching Hospital. I've been a consultant over 10 years, and I've worked and owned a hospital called Aruba Specialist Hospital here in Calabar. I also manage an IT company called a GTCO Cascade. We build softwares for institutions and state governments. And then recently, in the last 4 years, we have diversified to build hotels. We have 3 at the moment, in the chain of businesses that we do. So your colleague, the treasurer, reached out to me and asked that I do a teaser, with this topic, command the clinic and control your cash. And at least I joined earlier and I heard some of the expectations of our colleagues here. And I think one of the persons said that he wants to, at the end of the seminars today, he wants to pack a bag load of cash to go out. So he's not also mistaken. So it's good to have expectations. It's good to come, to a forum, highly expectant, so that when you are going, you ask yourself, have I been able to meet my expectations based on what I've heard today, what I took away from all the things that they spoke throughout today. So it's good to have expectations. I hope and pray that I will meet that expectations at the end of my 30 minutes of presenting this. So this is my topic, and as a way of introduction, I want to stand on protocols. I'm sure what to align myself with all that have been asked as in terms of protocol, to thank those who have nominated me to be one of your speakers this morning. I would have loved to be in Lagos. I live in Calabar. I am on my way to Abuja at the moment. After this presentation, I'll leave. I would have loved to be in Lagos to make this presentation physically and be able to take questions and interact with colleagues. Money matters are better spoken face to face, but it's good that technology has also provided us an opportunity to look at ourselves and present. So the next thing is to ask what's a simple question. Why this topic? I'm sure over the years, all of us know that our take-home pay can't take us anywhere, can't even take us home. And our colleagues have been battling to see what can we do to ensure that our colleagues have something to make it comfortable, because whether you like it or not, all of us are in the same market to buy, to purchase, to travel, to spend, and to pay fees for our kids. And then if we don't have enough resources to do that, to put a strain on even in your confidence level will drop. By the time you see your colleague that you went to the same secondary school that didn't study medicine, and they are paying heavily for their kids in highbrow secondary schools, and that you can't even afford. And then you're a doctor, and when you were in school, you were the best amongst your classmates. And then you can't afford to do certain basic things that those that didn't even go to universities are doing. So it drops the confidence level, when you see them talk. So that's why I feel that the topic is timely. It's good that the AROD is bringing up this to ensure that doctors at this level begin to shift their mindset in the way they think and reason. I teach medical students, and one of the topics I teach is entrepreneurship to them in medical school. So I try to, at that level, to build up a foundation where they can begin to do things outside clinical medicine, because medicine has a way of giving us this false hope that we are giants and that we are the best among equals. But when it comes to what makes you financially buoyant, then you're not there. So doctors should begin to look beyond the clinic. I'm happy that this topic talks about commanding your clinic, and your cash flow. So many doctors, they're excellent at clinical care, but they struggle with financial management. You and I, you look at our senior colleagues without casting aspersion to anyone, and then you see that some of our senior colleagues that taught us this medicine, excellent doctors, and some of them even own practices. And then you ask yourself, the practices, where has it gone to? Beyond the places of their location, why is this practice not blossoming? Why is it that even non-doctors are building the best hospitals in your city? Apart from the likes of the Eco hospitals and the likes, St. Nicholas and all those ones, how many of other hospitals are owned, by doctors, young doctors, not those who live abroad, brought in foreign currencies to build. So you can control what you cannot control. You can't control what you don't measure. That is important. Because you must be able to, at the end of the day, like people that have come in here with expectations, you're going to measure them and say, look at the end, what have I achieved? So you can't control what you can't measure. So we must, as doctors, begin to look at what we are doing and what, whether we have control over the things that we are doing and what we can measure and what we want to also control them over. So that is as a way of introduction, and then we quickly start to understanding the clinic as a business. The clinic is our business. Even if you work in a government hospital, it's supposed to be a business for government, because from there, they are supposed to pay you. So the clinic should be understood and looked at as a factory or as an industry on its own. So the clinic is as a business. Now, for you to understand clinic as a business, you must know that you must have a clinical mindset and also a business mindset. What that means is that in the same manner, people wake up, plan for businesses on what to do, how to budget, how to watch market forces. It's the same way as a clinician. You should be able to look at what can be done in your clinic, your patient, without sounding, trying to make a patient look smaller. The patient is more like your business tool, because they're the ones that will exchange money for value. The same way a businessman is in the shop waiting for a customer to walk in, your patients are your customers. So the way and manner you treat them, the way and manner you offer value services, because people can only exchange money for value. The same clinic that somebody goes to maybe in Ireland, pays heavily, comes to the mainland and doesn't want to pay the same amount of money, is because of what he places as value, to the services he or she will get. So once you begin to optimize your value, the likelihood that your customer or your patient is willing to exchange money for that value is higher. So that's the mindset I want us to first have. That if you're a doctor and you are going to be running a clinic, you're going to be running a business in hospital industry, you must practice it in the same manner that the man in Balogu market is doing his business. Because you must be able to offer the patient an excellent clinical care with integrity and discipline, and expecting that the patient in return will pay you what you are due. So the clinic is more than patient care. It's more than offering just care to the patient. You must be able to make the patient feel comfortable in order to be able to exchange money for what you are doing for him or her. So there are key areas where money flow. One is that is a service-based business. Clinic is also a service-based business. Like I said, the way you design it, there are so many things I will be discussing as we progress. I've had business in at least 3 areas now. I've done something in hospital, I've done something in hospitality, I'm doing in IT. So most of the things I will be expressing to you or explaining to you today are things that I've done personally and they are working. So if you are looking at the clinic, unfortunately, this topic is trying to limit me to clinic, but I've done things outside the clinic. I'm not, some of us seated here too are doctors, may not even want to own a hospital, may want to own other stuff. So let's just use the clinic as a yardstick to be able to look at what we can do in other areas of services that we can also benefit financially. So this clinic is seen as a service-based business. And it's also a center for employment because you are not just only going to employ yourself, you are going to have others working with you. And also look at it as a financial system requiring inflows and outflows. Every business you are going to do, whether clinic or any other thing, you must have a financial system and that looks at your inflows and outflows. You need to understand how the tax system works. Before I started Aruba Hospital, I made this error. I made some of these errors. And each time I have a platform to talk to colleagues coming into this business, I try to tell them from the onset that there are 3 scenarios to run a business. The first scenario is that you want to run it by yourself and you want to make mistakes, stand up and continue. That was what I did. I made some errors, costly errors. One of those errors was that as a hospital, you are buying drugs and you are collecting invoices and you don't deduct 5% withholding tax. Government will not ask you, they won't come and tell you that you should do that. But that is what the law says. Now, when they come for audit, after 3 years to do your audit, and they look at your book, and they calculate the money for 3 years of that audit that you did not emit 5% withholding tax, they will charge it to you to pay. And that was what they did to me. And it was very, there's no sentiment. Government doesn't look at the sentiment and say, oh, I was treating people, I was doing this. They want you to pay the taxes. And I suffered that loss. It was a heavy loss. I was almost about to close my clinic because the money was huge. I had to negotiate on where to pay it off, and I paid it off. But this could have been avoided from the onset if I have sat down with a tax consultant and understand what are the basic ways of what are the items that are taxable and items not taxable. Everybody knows that medical practitioners don't pay tax, but you must pay your withholding tax. So you must be able to get seasoned financial administrators to educate you, because you can't jump into a business as a doctor hoping to make those errors. The second way you can excel in business is to partner with someone who understands that business very well. It is easier, shorter for you. I know that colleagues want to run independent clinics. When we opened Aruba, I brought in 7 doctors and said, let us run a multi-specialty hospital where all the specialties are represented. We started it, money was flowing in, but as human instincts, few people say, no, I would prefer to run alone. And they started, exiting the practice. But we're still here. Some of them have, when they relocated to Saudi and every place, they closed down the places. But if they had remained with us, they would have been earning percentages up to now, even when they are not more working, because they would have been part of the company and all those things. So let's not be myopic and limited at, oh, I want to run it alone. Businesses are better if you partner with those who have gone ahead of you to excel. You can partner with colleagues and do businesses in such a manner that you will run faster than run it alone. So you must engage a system that requires you to know what inflows and outflows are for you. Okay, so areas where money flows in and out, we already know these are things that we know basically: consultation fees, diagnostic and procedure, pharmacy, administrative fees. I will not be dwelling time in these places. So let me look at what makes people struggle in business. First is poor record keeping. When you are a doctor or you are any business, and that business requires your attention requires your input, requires you to stay around every day to succeed. It is no longer business. You are not in slavery. And this is one of the things that our colleagues are still suffering. My father-in-law is a professor in gynecology and obstetrician, and he has a hospital, and he has hardly traveled. Two of us keep quarreling on some of these things. He hardly travels. You buy him ticket to go on holiday, and he tells you that, oh, I have two patients who have precious babies that he's expecting, that he can't afford to leave them, that he has to stay around and take their deliveries. And then I say, this is slavery. You are the one keeping your record of how much you are making, how much they are buying diesel, how much patients are giving you. You are the one negotiating the prices. You are the one doing all these things. You break down. The business doesn't allow you to enjoy yourself. You don't go out. You don't go for golfing. You don't interact with people. The business requires your input 24 hours a day. You are in slavery. You are not in business. Any business that does not allow you to go on holiday and engage in other activities, that will allow you to sit down as you are in a conference now. You might need to sit down here today for like 3, 4, 5 hours. There are doctors that will never come and sit down here for 5 hours. I'm sure you know. No matter how enticing this place is, they'll be asking you, is it time for feeding? Is it time when they want to share food? Call me. I'll come in and collect my food and run away. Because their business requires their attention 24 hours, and nobody can, really say that you are successful if you cannot engage in other services outside what you do. So poor record keeping is one of the things that makes us struggle in any business. So, like I said, I'm not limiting this to clinic. If you are doing other businesses, just start thinking about them, what poor record keeping can do, to that business. So you must be able to have a system, that keeps your record, clean and clear. I remember when I opened the hospital, I have to go to Lagos Business School to go and enroll in a class called Supply Chain Management, in Lagos Business School. And in that class, happened to be the only doctor in the class of over 100 people. And the people were wondering, what is a doctor coming to do, in supply chain management, in the place? And that period of 1 month or so I spent in Lagos Business School, changed my mindset. I came back and I can engage my supply chain managers, I can engage my store managers, I can engage my procurement person, and I can comfortably know how they are procuring things, how they are storing it in the store, and how they are supplying it amongst all my business branches. So you must gather knowledge to be able to have a clean record. You don't say because I'm a doctor, I'm a superhuman, I can run these things myself. You are going to run into problems managing it. So number 2 is that you should never mix your personal and clinical finances. Any business you're doing, never. You must create a structure where your personal funding is there. Over the years, people have said it in several seminars that if you're a business owner, you must pay yourself. It is true. You must be able to pay yourself. You must allow the clinic to run. I mentioned to you that I run 3 business sectors. Now, I don't use money from my hotel to fund my hospital or run the ICT, but if there's a challenge and I need to upgrade, I can borrow money from this part and fix on this one, and let this one know that you have borrowed money from here. Sometimes I even add interest on it so that the business knows that it's owing, and pay. And my personal funding is different. So at the end of the month, each of those 3 businesses pays me very well. And I go on and use my money personally to do what I want to do. So I can't just jump in and ask the accountant to be funding, my lifestyle from monies from the clinic or from the hospital and from the IT. So we have all those things mapped out. So never mix your personal money and your business money together. Or even for tax purposes too, it's important that you know all these things. And you can't over-dependence on cash payment without proper tracking. We've stopped to an extent people paying cash, in any of our businesses. We encourage you to do either do a transfer or do a POS payment because we can easily track those payments. Cash has a way of missing. People have a way of different cash here and there. So try as much as possible in your business to limit over dependence on cash payments, because it gives you improper tracking. Underpricing services. Now, this is a problem even amongst my colleagues. I remember that when we started, we put up, for instance, we said that we are going to be doing CS for 1 million. And your colleagues comes and hear 1 million. He goes and tell another, he goes and underprice himself to say, oh, I will collect 600 so I can attract more patients. Without knowing that if all of us agrees to have a proper pricing, every patient will pay. If you come to hospital A and the price is this way, and you go to hospital B, the price is the same way, you don't have to do that. Now, if you have paid incentives, you can even improve your services. People will pay. And, so underpricing is not a mechanism to retain finances from your guests, from your customers. Rather, you are going to keep lowering your standard and compromising on your services in order to just attract lower money. Whereas you can put your finances the way it is and be able to still get people to pay. What I said from the onset is that you must be able to offer value. Once people can appreciate the value you're offering, they will be paid, they're able to pay. Cross-board, they'll be able to pay. So never underprice yourself. That is why your business are struggling. Lack of reinvestment. Every business, whether clinic, whether hospital, whether hotel, whether any business, that you don't reinvest that money will struggle. So you must, as a business owner or someone that want to partner with someone to do business, you must have a way of keeping money aside to reinvest in your business to create that outlook. We that is even in the hotel business, every 6 months, 1 year, we try to change some things to make it look fresh and new. Our guests, when they come in January, if you're a guest that comes in once in a year and you come back in December, you're going to see a lot of changes that we have done. Because you have to keep reinvesting in the business so that you can remain in business. If not, you'll just be phasing out. And because other new businesses are coming up, and by human instinct, people like to try new things. So if they know that coming to your place, things are keep changing, they will come. If not, they'll go to your neighbor who has a newer version of things that they're doing and go and patronize the person. Okay, simple negligence. So I can recommending the cash flow, track every kobo, track every naira, keep daily, weekly, and monthly financial record. Do not wait until the end of year to do audit. Do not wait. I paid heavily for waiting to do my audit at the end of the year. Try and do audits periodically. Every time. You can come in once in a month to say, sometimes I want to see our income. In that way, you can dictate fraud easily and stop it at that point, so that you don't lose much. So keep your daily, weekly, and monthly records. There are softwares now you can use. Simple software, clinical software, simple spreadsheets. You must audit your income, expenses, look at what your procurement people are doing. You cannot be the one to go to markets and buy. You cannot be the one to keep the store key. You cannot be the one to dispense the drugs. You cannot be the one to even administer to the patient. So you must be able to audit all these processes. Once in a while, you can do random market survey to know whether what they are doing, buying for you, is exactly how much you are also giving to them. You can go once in a while, walk into the store. Look at how your things are installed in your store. Look at what they are doing. And then with that, you can dictate fraud easily. So do not allow them to dictate for you. So track every naira that you are making in your business daily and weekly and monthly. Separate personal income. I've said this already. Have a clinic account. This thing from personal account. Pay yourself a salary rather than dipping into clinical funds. I've done this already. Price yourself right. I've said this already. Factor in cost of consumable, staff rent, and profit margin. Benchmark with other clinics in your area. I've done this already. Do not undervalue your professional expertise. So no matter what your colleagues are doing, do not undervalue your professional expertise. And allow people, to be able to pay that money for the value that you're offering them. All right. Diversify your income. If you don't have pharmacy, add diagnostic services, specialized services. All these other ones should be added into what you're doing. Most clinics these days now have a way of adding wellness packages. You can even do a retainership with gym places around your area and offer wellness packages. Add it to your clinic. That's what we are doing right now. My clinic has a gym, so attached to a hotel. So once we have patients that are coming, so we have a way of partnering with them to provide those packages so you can go to the gym. So once we certify you, okay, you know, we move it to the gym. So the gym pays us for that services. So from there, you're also making an income. All right, control your expenses, eliminate waste as much as possible, stock control, energy efficiency, negotiate with suppliers, budget for salaries and all this stuff. So those are the ways you can control your expenses. The major thing, once you can able to, you know, block people from preferring your income and you'll be able to block all those expenses and control them. If not, they will, you know, run you down. Nigerians don't care. In fact, they think that you have so much money if you have a business, so they can run you down. So you must be on your toes to find a team that you're going to be working with to ensure that you eliminate every waste and control expenses as much as you can. All right. So you must be able to build financial discipline because it's key. Discipline is what is required, is above passion for you to succeed in business. Passion, they say always is less than 10%, but discipline is 90% because without discipline, you cannot be able to control what happens in your business. How to wake up, when to move, when not to move, who to sack, who not to sack. Discipline is what will aid you in your emotional intelligence to know when to, you know, remove someone that is not doing well in your business. If you're not disciplined enough, it can bring in your relation in the business and they can run you down. But if you are disciplined enough, you can say no, you know, to when even your relation is trying to pull you down. So discipline is the key in building, you know, your finances. So one is budgeting, building this discipline. The first is budgeting versus forecasting. As a business owner, even after budgeting, you must be able to forecast. You know, I said, okay, in the next 6 months or less than 6 months, what will happen? Like, for instance, Christmas is coming. People are already forecasting what likelihood will happen in Christmas. So if you have the monies right now, it's for you to equip yourself and buy the things you need to buy, knowing that when it gets to December, you're going to make more income. You know, so you budget and then you also will forecast. The second is that you regular financial reviews with your accountant. You must sit down with your accounting team. You must sit down with the accounting team and be able to look at what they are doing. Like I said, it's periodically. Don't wait until it gets to the end of the year to review those things. Review it as regularly as you can. In that manner, you are in tune with what is happening in the business and be able to, you know, nip it immediately you discover anything that is wrong. Then reinvestment into infrastructure, technology, and staff training. The greatest asset any business owner have is human beings in that business. So as much as possible, invest in training them. Staff training is key in any type of business you are doing, both in the clinic, both in the hospitality business, in the agriculture, whatever area you're doing. If you have staff working with you, invest in their training. Invest in infrastructure. Try to expand where you are in terms of ensuring that you depend more on technology than on humans. You know, every businessman is confronted with 3 M's in your business. You are dealing with man, which is human resource. You are dealing with the machine, which are the infrastructure things are doing, and dealing with money. So once you're able to balance these 3, there is no way you will not, you know, grow in your business and do well. All right. 4 is the emergency fund for clinical sustainability. Whatever you do in business, ensure that you have money somewhere that either you are going to fix it or put an account that you don't need to touch. You know, once in a while, when you have emergencies, you can always pull off money from there and be able to do what you want to do. All right. Tools to command your clinic cash. I've talked about this. You must run your clinic, your business. I sit down and I manage my 3 businesses from the comfort of my laptop and system, because everybody that checks into that hotel, that must go through our electronic system. So I know how many people that checks in, how many people, unless you don't give the person receipt. That's how I can lose income. As long as you are going to issue a receipt to a customer or a guest or a patient, I can track every kobo that they have paid, because we have to integrate all our systems into electronically so that I can view them anywhere I am. If I'm in Abuja today, I can log in and view what happens in my hotel, view what happens in the hospital, view what happens in the IT companies, what they are doing, the software that we are deploying and everything. So you cannot do business these days now relying on paperwork or manually doing it. You must incorporate electronic medical record with financial tracking to aid you in your business. Two is that there are basic accounting softwares. You don't even need all those higher ones. Zoho books, their QuickBooks are there. And most of these softwares, you can have even a crack system. But if you want to be professional, you can buy them and ensure that the accountant uses them. And then you have to take it as a knowledge to do that. I think I have less than 10 minutes to run. Okay, so do POS and bank transfers to minimize cash leakages and staff accountability system. Okay, so you compare two clinics. One, no control financially. Best clinic we remain in debt. When we employ some staff a few months ago, some people, when we ask them where are you coming from, they say, oh, they were social and so clinic. Why did you leave? Oh, they haven't paid me salary for 3 months now or 4 months now. And I heard that you people pay regularly, so I want to switch. So if you don't pay salaries, the likelihood of attrition for your staff will increase. So if you don't have any control, you are going to be in debt. You are going to have unpaid salaries. Equipment will break down. You will not be able to, repair them or be able to do much on it. Whereas if you have a good financial management, you do reinvestment, you grow. Better patient experience and outcome. Patients are when you have a satisfied patient, they remain your best advert tool. You don't need to, for hospitals, you don't even need to go to social media or wherever to say, oh, this is what I do. Your patients are the ones that will carry your matter on their head. They are the ones that will say, oh, go to this place. Oh, this doctor is fantastic. This doctor is listening to you. Oh, they have an excellent room. If you go there, you cannot perceive any drug. You cannot perceive any this. They are the ones singing your praises. You don't need to be the one to move around and tell people that this is what I do. Once you are able to provide good environment for your patients, your clients to work in and enjoy services, they'll be the ones to carry your matter. All right, key takeaways. Clinical excellence must be matched with financial intelligence. If you have not gotten one, please, I have an MBA. I have to, when I finished my residency, if I not even finished, I finished part 1. I had to take up a leave and go and do MBA in LASUTH Business School, to help me in my business, So you must, and these days, you don't even need to go far now. You can do these studies online, So clinical excellence must be matched with financial intelligence. Control your cash, or your cash will control your clinic. Please control it, because if you don't have cash, your clinic will crumble. So you must control it. Separate, track, budget, and diversify and reinvest. You are a doctor today, you are doing hospital, you must move to other businesses. I have left, I moved into hospitality industry now. We're doing well there. Very soon again, with monies that we are generating, we invest in agriculture. So every system, every sector that is working, we generate money from this angle, we reinvest and ensure that we currently we have over 400 staff in our employment listing, and we need to employ more because we need to move to do more businesses, we must to diversify, because the more the investment you make, the more value you add to the state. And so finally, you also have to have long-term sustainability. Patients plus finance in a good system gives that long-term sustainability, because your patients must be coming, your customers must come to your business. If you open a business, no customer comes, it will collapse. So there's no sustainability. If you have patients, you don't manage your finances, it will collapse. If you have patients, you have finance, you don't have a system, it will not last long. So you must be able to balance your patients inflow, your finances, and have a system that operates. In that way, you can have a long-term sustainability in your business. All right, call to action. This is conclusion. I'm concluding now. So begin today to take charge of your clinic's finances. Small, consistent steps lead to sustainable success. I can assure you that these are things that we have done. These are things that we have practiced. And if you can, please join a colleague, join someone to start up a business. You are likely going to succeed faster, in joint investments, than running solo. You've also heard that, the more you also increase your network, have a proper network. In that manner, you can grow financially. They've said over the time, oh, have a good network, probability of having a good network is there. So look at your colleagues, look at those you can do business with. I know that there's no way you can do them with everybody, but there are one or two persons that you can start off something with today, and the business world is about to see you blossom. So I thank everybody who have listened. I thank the leadership of the ARD of LASUTH, for inviting me to do this teaser before the main conference starts for today. If there are questions, I'll be willing to answer them. And thank you all for listening. And I'm here to hear what I want to share. Thank you very much.
Please. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dr. I. So, citizen. We want you to follow just a raise of hand. Yeah. So I'm giving up so much to Dr. I. And quickly take the seat. So if you have any question, so just raise your hand. Let's quickly take that. But we said we're listening now. So we don't have questions. Okay, so we have something at the back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this presentation. Very insightful. Sir, I want to find out, how do you source for your team members, those who work with you, your staff? How do you source for staff? Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we have
Okay.
So the question is coming. Right. So I will take everything together. Thank you very much, sir, for the presentation. It was quite enlightening. In the course of your discourse, you talked about joint investments and partnerships. I wanted you to throw more light on the role of partnerships in terms of having other specialists join you to run your clinic or run your facility. How do you tend to, of course, you're going to pay them, you're going to, how do you manage the finances in terms of bringing other specialties so that you don't, bring in people that you cannot afford to pay to run your facility? Then other areas can join in. Only show more light on HMOs, like health management organizations that could, have a list of patients that they could bring in from facilities to, join your clinic. If you could help throw light, that would be very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other question? All right, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I should go ahead, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. First is the question on how we source for staff. The truth is that these days, even to have employable staffs with skills is difficult. Doctors, let me start with doctors, because if you're in the business of hospital, you must employ doctors. They are the reason why patients come. You can always find admin, you can always find the other clinical staff, lab scientists, find nurses, pharmacists, and everything. But doctors is a hassle now to find doctors, because all of us know the reason why. We are really struggling. We are really struggling, and that has also put a lot of strain on our finances, because now the few who are around, they keep demanding for more pay, and so you have to, because you need them to be able to work. So for doctors, these days they don't have an option. In fact, we have some doctors, sometimes when I look at myself, I say, oh, Aruba is 10 years now. 5 years ago, this kind of person can be working for us as a doctor. But now we don't have a choice, because once you just graduate and you just say, I'm a doctor, we take you like that and struggle to train you to put in a system. But before now, we are the ones that used to do shakara, to employ a doctor. We have plenty of them who come with interview and take the best. But now there's nothing like taking the best. As long as you are a doctor now, we need to take you. And if you are not so good, we now need to do supervision over you, so that we attach you to a senior doctor to work with, to ensure that we have a doctor on ground. So For doctors, there's no other, we don't have any way of employing. Just once you come in and you want to work for us, we employ you, say doctor. But for other staff, we have created a platform where we run our tests and do everything to ensure that we employ the best. And once they come in, like I said during the course of my presentation, that training is key. So we keep training and retraining them to ensure that they fit into what you want. Because in my hospital, we run purely on electronic medical record. So we have seen some colleagues that will come. Doctors, they say, "Oh, I have not used a laptop before. I have not used this system before." Even though they have laptop, they say, "No, I've not used this system before." And you are trying to tell him what to do. They say, "No, it has not used it." So we now have to be forced to find a way to train them. So we also have normal admin staff who have not also used system before. So we struggle to ensure that we train them. So training, once we train them, we keep them in the system and supervise what they are doing. So there are no way of that this is the routine to employ, or way to source our staff. So, but just create a platform, adverts, they come in, recruit them, train them, and put them into your system and supervise what they're doing. With time, they will grow. Second question talked about partnership and how we manage with colleagues who are specialists. So I'll give you my personal experience. This is how we started. When we started, we got some colleagues. We are 10 of us. My wife is a radiologist, and I'm a community physician, so who's also doing GP. And then I got some other of my specialties in cardiology, in general surgery, orthopedic. So what we did was that, since we are the owners of the hospital, me and my wife, so what we did was that we ceded percentages to those who are willing to stay. This means we have to consult a financial guru to come be able to, be able to portion out that this is what we can give, to you, and this is what we can pay you, as daily payments when you come in. So their payment was based on how many patients they are seeing. So we arrive at a certain fee, and this is their consultation fee. So they take that as their fee. And then at the end of the year, when we declare profit, they also collect from the profits that we have made. So some of them accepted that. They saw it as an opportunity to work. They accepted that. They came into the system and they are there with us. Most of them have been with us for these 10 years that we have been working. Whereas some say no, that I don't want to wait till the end of the year. To, sometimes some doctors are in a hurry. I don't want to wait till the end of the year. Whatever you want to pay me now. Once I finish seeing a patient, as I'm going, transfer my money to me. I don't want to even wait till the end of the month. We have a system that pays only at the end of the month. So some doctors who didn't want to stay till the end of the month, we ask them to go. Because we have to be able to track our finances and ensure that at the end of the month, it's even for the good of that doctor. So you know that your money is piling up, or maybe because of trust. Initially they thought maybe these people that are funding this business in newly, they may not keep to their words. But now they are begging us to come back because they have seen over the years that we have kept to the promises that we have done. They've asked other colleagues who have been here for 10 years, and they've seen that we have not defaulted in paying them their money. So they come back. So it's for you to know there are colleagues that will never agree with you, no matter how you try to create a platform that is transparent. So leave those ones to go. But there are still colleagues that want to work with you, offer the services, and wait to be paid at the end of the month or at the end of the year. So you design your partnership based on what is suitable for you, and you can sit down with experts in those areas to draft up what works for you, so that you also don't end up using all your money to pay specialists in your place. You must balance it, because that leads me to your next question that talks about HMO and the problem. You know that some HMOs pay lower than pay a working patient. So what we are able to identify in our system, we built a system that has paying patients and a system that has HMO patients. So when you log in as an orthopedic surgeon, you will see the number of patients that are on the queue who are paying. Now, the consultation fee for a paying patient is different from HMO patient. So if, for instance, let me use, for instance, to see an orthopedic surgeon and your paying patient is 25,000. So we have agreed on percentage of sharing 25,000. Maybe he's taking 40%, I'll take 60% of the consultation fee. Now for HMOs pay between 10,000 or 20,000, depending on the HMO that the person is using. So for HMOs, it's okay, I'll take 30%, also to take 70% of that money. So with that, at the end of his clinic day, before he even logs out from his system, he has seen number of patients he has seen, probably who are paying patients. Maybe he has seen 10 paying patients and 20 HMO patients. So he already has a system, and the system calculates his money for him based on number of patients he has seen, and it will be sent to his email. So it's transparent enough. He knows how much he's getting at the end of the month. So he waits to the end of the month and collects his money. It's that clean. So that is one way to engage them, but it is flexible. You can always find a way what works for them. But at any point you are negotiating with your colleagues, never underprice yourself or your services. If not, your colleagues will come into your business, run your business, go with the money, and you are left with nothing. So be able to put everything on paper, ensure that they understand what they're coming into, so that they don't come in after 1 month, they start running away. And you that owns the business, also try to be transparent to them, because once colleagues know that you are transparent enough, the system is clean and open, they'll be willing to stay and work with you. HMOs is a problem. These days, there is no unified system for billing HMOs. HMO A can be charging a different amount, HMO B will be charging. What will help you to synchronize everybody in that system is to have a platform that puts every one of them on the system. And that software will have, I know, hospitals these days also have it, so that with that, you can know how you can price yourself and still be in business. I think that I've been able to sort out those 3 questions. There's one question on the chat box. The question said, is it possible for a new business owner to build a business from scratch without being fully involved in his day-to-day operative? Also, what strategies can be used to make the business operate independent of the owner? Now, they're talking about partnership too. Yes, you can. It's possible to build a new business, from scratch without being fully involved. I've seen people that want to invest in hospitals without being doctors. They just called you and said, "Oh, I want to build a hospital in my village or local government. He's not a doctor, so he cannot be involved." So he gets a team of experts who are doctors and gets the accountants, and the structure is, they put the structure and they employ people and it works. And he sits down as a chairman of the board and collects his money from the business. So the only thing that he must be able to create a system where he will monitor the monies. If not, you are going to build a business for others to enrich themselves and run away. So yes, you can build it from scratch without being involved, but you must be involved in knowing the detailing of expenses and income. That way you are sure that your investment is safe. So you don't need to be involved, but you can do the same business. And what strategies can be used to make the business operate independently? I keep saying it. If you run a system where you put in software to run a business, there is no way you cannot monitor a business anywhere you are in the world. You can be able to see that. Thank you very much. I think I've done justice to all the questions that have been posed to me. I think the ARD treasurer, Media, has my details, has my phone contact. If anybody wants us to discuss outside this platform, just send me a WhatsApp message. I may not take calls, but send me a WhatsApp message. I can always engage you to ensure that we talk from here. Whatever you need. I have knowledge in IT business. I built hotels. I have business idea in the hotel business, in the hospital too. We have done so many things. So any of those areas you want us to have a discussion, I am open, and that I can do for my colleagues free of charge. I don't charge anybody money to do that. You can reach out to me anytime. Then we can take it up from there. Thank you very much, and do have a wonderful day in your conference.
That was very, very nice. So let's say
as with their departments and okay. All right. So quickly, I just want to get some things out of it. So guest speakers are seated. That's very guest speakers are seated. Quickly, I just want to sit over there. So in particular, to Mr. Victor of Adelaide is the matter and the talents. Suppose I so let's welcome this program. Okay, we also have Mr. So it's an associate sage great good sir. Come on, let's see so okay. So we have Dr. She's a medical doctor, she's a CEO. Cooks. All right. Okay, it's also my pleasure to welcome Dr. The consultant general surgery is also one of our speakers this morning. Okay, we have Mrs. It's a famous swimming insurance company. And we also have Mr. Lika Onyeka. He's the head of Mary STEM Securities. You are welcome, sir. I want to introduce Dr. All right. So she has contributed immensely to the development of LASUTH. So I said I have a lot of gifts to give away this morning. The first 5 people that Dr. Baba, your check, please keep it well. And so I was giving me some a big sum, and Dr. Shiju is expecting to go home to so that you definitely get your package. So I just need someone to help me. It is not that we spend in Nigeria. Some to translate in foreign currencies. So someone will help them and tell us the issues and then the faces that are featured today. So I don't know. You tell us the list of the to the yes. So anybody wants to volunteer, I have a gift. Sorry. So let me promise you that. So you don't know all the donations. Everybody wants to try. All right, to pick someone. Don't you want to try? Stop spending and all right. Is there no one? Doctor, no, that's true. People are saying, what's up now? Yeah, so I want to try the donations. Oh, you've not checked. Thank you. No, sir. So the denominations that will spend in Nigeria, the faces that are featured, or you just tell all the names. Yes. Okay. And it's like people have been spending today. Okay. So let's tell you something. Okay, from what I was on, I can't remember. I know it's the two first CBN members, I can't remember their names. Is Dr. Ned Auzikwe. Yeah, for 200 naira is 100 naira is about 200 naira.
I'm not going to make it in. I can't remember. All right. 15 naira. So faces of Mazobia, Igbo, Yoruba, four of them. So 20 naira Muritala Mohammed, 10 naira Bamakoku, and 5 naira Tafa Balewa. All right, let's start for him. I need another person to try. I was not satisfied with that. You did well. Just like something. Sorry, which face is on? Are we sure? Who are standing by? I'm not sure. Is it an naira? What about 1 naira? About my right? Okay. All right. Let's clap for ourselves. Don't worry. Dr. I owe you 200 for this event. You can meet me. We will transfer you once. So we'll transfer it to you. So. Okay, so taking this keynote, and that will be done by Mr. Victor Adibio. So before he comes stage, I just want to read his bio to us so that we can meet him. Sorry, just a moment, please. Treasure Summit. We are sleeping. So if I say Treasure Summit, you reply by saying, since. Can we take that again? Treasure Summit. Okay, thank you very much. All right. So it's my privilege to welcome this morning, Mr. Sorry, please. I have it somewhere. To read what I have here. Okay, so before I take that, you're supposed to know about the day she's documented her role. And let me give her the microphone so that she can speak to us. All right, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's celebrate her, please.
I'll stay here, right?
All right.
Distinguished doctors, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. This one that I have to be turning and tilting because I want to see the eyes of everybody. I want to appreciate each and every one of us for putting this Treasure Summit together, the first of its kind in LASUTH. I must commend the people behind the cooking. My daughter, the chairperson, Dr. Ayude, for the wisdom of putting this thing together and all the executive members that work together. It's a great deal. And I just wonder why we people here. Because things like this are what we need to empower ourselves, to do ourselves, and to know we have our time so that we can know we are going to and the next step to take. Also, I want to appreciate the leadership of LASUTH ARD, the executive then led by Dr. That's also my daughter, a stoic person, strong woman. She has all it takes to move on. I appreciate you for this privilege of being here today as a mother of the day. So, mother, the growth of the children is what is more important to me. I'm moving forward. So, when I was told the first thing was that, as this, it's only a mother. Nobody else will know everything to be done. First, time you are going to the yes, yes. It was a plan to prevention. Do you understand? It's for the children to grow so that they can go far. Your desires, you will get there. To take into consideration. This time, financial wisdom beyond conservation. It's a very vital topic. These days you discover that the doctors, you know, things are not being rosy as it used to be. For example, I think you see patients are coming to first process and the and the English and everything. Because of the peculiarity of our people, they are waiting to power. So to appreciate your the same cleaners, the same medical staff, than you, the doctor, that you are going to see them. Some you are getting to you are doing so by the time to the consultation fee, talking about it was to set up now, to challenge it. Because the doctor is a young girl, and he has a these are the things you see, but the stage is switching. I now see that some of the exaltation from the patient. Besides, if you are not able, you can hide them now. Something new. So now it's like you are looking for so at this juncture, I think you need to take notes. So, kind of this, which is the way forward. Now that we are listening to the doctors are being so. Secondly, the issue of repetition. That syndrome is everywhere. Doctors are doing this every time. I was accused of many times. They are releasing doctors from the so what we need to do. They have to do for this is the time for them to do it. Stay back home. To do that. So discover that 6, 7, 8. Some of the doctors should be saying. Yes, is it on the consultant? You have to do same thing now. That's the time I said this thing now. You tell me not to ask the government. I need you to do this money now. It will make you harassment. So there was the people that were threatening to be sacked. And they went ahead to sack us. Inclusive the professor, you are sacked later. It's 4 months, 6 months. Then that was need to diversify. At that point in time, I know some families, especially when this has to do. That's why I'm children school. There's a lot. So that to tell me, I need your help. To tell me, in family, let me say, so from childhood to fend for yourself, to do something, to assist in the mother to start selling. Selling sold to the campus. When I go to the campus and the university, I realize that we need money because to go to the campus, I'm doing medicine. I can't go to school. The polygamy is my father said the polygamy is full. We should have children. do everything. Physical things. And so at the end of the day, we are reduced to that. And I decided to campus so we are sending to the supporting my family and every other person. I think that's where the sword come from. What am I trying to say? There are gifts. Holiness. That's what I'm going to drop you today. We are going to do it. We are going to do it. That's what the profession. The trouble is of you that will stand up. These don't go to school for it. You are not trained for it. You are born. It's inside you. And you are the one that has to activate it. I can start this system. A lot. In several places I did my house job and so on. My friends came from things and started selling. That they are president to be which I've handed to my website now. It's where the sell clothes and every other thing. Then secondly, I look at and see that there was supplying and so on like that. Well, it needs to be so brings. Long time ago, it has become a big business now. Because my children are waiting now. That's what just finished now. So don't worry into problem times. Doctors are very silent for us. So tonight I want to activate you today is to activate your peace. Nothing that God has to you. That's what will save you. Don't miss problem. I know so many families that cannot produce the fees of their children and school are facing them. Now, from the same patient that we are treating, I didn't know I was at that time. Look at it. So we have to stand to something. My I'm trying to say now, you have to be self-dependent. Doctor is not. So today, seven to success. 7 days to be on your own. Our topic is financial wisdom, consultation. How you can start the consultation will be your career, but you have a gift. And as I said, it's your gift that make room for you. Number 1 is to dare to dream. That's the first D. There are 7 Ds. Dare to dream. Activate that gift of God in you. Don't be afraid. Some of us are afraid. There's no business that doesn't have any itch. It's how you are able to overcome it that makes the matter. To your thing, it's down. We said it. Better selling this. Better selling this. Professional seamstress. Soon from some of them. Yes. So I encourage them. I love things. So desire your dream to defend the nobody is complaining. Stand sure to defend your dream. Be dedicated to it. Give it this. You can do it. Determination means that there has to be up and down. There are going to be challenges. Don't give up. Your dreams. It's hard to fulfill it. My dad can go for courses. You can do to develop and to expand it. And then this thing you don't start a business. So 50,000. This is sizes is on basis. When you get to the time for you to do spending, then so you are taking it, you are into it. Finally, says that one that is diligent business. You shall stand before the kings. Diligence is what will take you to the top. So I don't want to start telling you stories. This are big risks I don't to enter today.
Those are notes that you are absolutely responsible for the outcome of your life. See? Not blessing too. The career you choose, absolutely responsible to the outcome of your life. Jabez was born and was not sorry. Can you imagine? A woman will have a child. Answer to whatever your fault. That's what follows you. God change his destiny. You can have somebody today. Don't know what you are going to Jesus. And secondly, it says, you guard my trust. Let's guard your journeys. You know what? That is where we win. That is where we do so many things. This is about your solution fulfillment. Can I have the residents on your feet? And the order of the the residents rise up and put your hand across your face like this. Yes, I will swear another. I will swear. Don't worry. You are going to say after I will put my hands. Without diligence, for how of this, the issues of my life, the issues of shout it loud. God, my life. Remember the diligence. It's all the issues of the issues of my life. Thank you. So let's say the days are not so we can do better than that, please. Thank you very much, man. No, I don't mind. This one, it's stage. So the ones are full of small and it's from that address. Okay. So we are taking our first keynote address. So we pick the day. Sorry. So our speaker is Mr. Victor Adebayo, is a seasoned resource and business leader. His experience spans several industries, including gas, finance, maritime, logistics, consulting, automation. It's titles such as chief resources director and several others. His span of control and influence cut across. His span of control and influence cut across. Strategy, intelligence. Led departments such as strategy and business intelligence, human resources, administration, security, safety, health and environment, sales operations, and distribution operations. Is an anonymous organization such as the African Logistics, CIG Group Africa, Intel, Networks Limited, Summit, Chanrai Group, Procter and Gamble, Zenith Bank, and BTL Systems and Education Consulting, transformation projects such as the University of Education, Networks Limited, stability of the policy institutions, University Talent Management Limited,
Singway School, Mega Life Health Limited, and States and Limited. As the French speaker, international student, teacher, and facilitator, is married to the doctor of care and the Bible radiologist. Who is privileged to welcome on stage this morning. Skills taking us let's talk together as we bring the stage. We can do better than that. Right.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, everybody. They've told us in English language that you do not stand on existing protocols anymore. So I am going to re-emphasize existing protocols. And I have also been told right now that my 1 hour has been shrunk to just 20 minutes. I will try very hard to perform the little abracadabra that I can do here and help us to be able to get things going. Permit me to say I'm here out of passion because my coming here today is actually costing me close to 2 million. And I mean it literally, close to 2 million. I have a project for CBN that is going on right now in Delta State. I had to excuse myself. And there's another client who called on an emergency on Saturday. And I had to beg them that I've given my word to be here. So please let me just be here today. Thank you very much. The second bit is I married one of you, and it's been 15 years down the line, and I would say I have zero regrets doing so. And some of the things we discuss at home is one of the reasons why I'm here. Our key theme today is the doctor's treasure chest, investing, saving, and growing. I had the humble privilege of also being the keynote speaker at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital and speaking to doctors about finances, about how do we help ourselves to be able to get out of here. And I will start with the first thing I told my wife: please read other books. Doctors, you see them read is what? Medicine. And the unfortunate thing is this: you were taught medicine, but not the business of medicine. And even in the business of medicine, you suck. Pardon my French. You guys suck really badly. You do not understand how to be able to commercialize your knowledge. And it stops you from going far in life. I had the other doctor speaking earlier on this morning, and I was really excited that he was sharing some of those nuggets with us. The second thing is this: who says the fact that you studied medicine means you must practice medicine? You must practice only medicine. Where was that written? My first degree was in zoology. I used to envy you guys in raincoats. And I would sit down there, yeah, it's a raincoat. I would sit down out there and I'll be watching you guys and I'll be like, future, what is set? And for me, I'm a zoologist and I'll be like, who will hire me? When my friends were even asking me, Victor, who is the lucky babe? I'm like, will she come and eat wood in my house? You see, life is very, very different. The way life runs, there are principles of life that we must all understand. And if you want to think about saving, investing, and growing your capabilities, it's very important that you listen to everything that is being said here, and then you open up your heart. A mother of the day has highlighted some of the problems. I'm not going to reiterate them. You guys are grossly underpaid. I mean, I used to tease my wife. She earns on a monthly basis. It's less than my on a monthly basis. Yeah, it's far less than my tax on a monthly basis. I know how much I pay. Even when I was in employment, it is as in she says I know I'm just contributing a joy in this house, and I'm like, you are doing more than the joy. At least you need several other things. What does this mean? You have organizations like Seamless HR. It's an HR technology company, but it's run by a medical doctor. Dr. Okeleji. He's a very good friend. He's a classmate of my wife. And when he started off this idea, he started off the back of Jobberman. I did some advisory for Jobberman, and when they were going to start Seamless HR, it was insidefy.com at the time. And they started reaching out to me for help because my background was in human resources. I started providing them advisory. At a point in time, when I saw what Jobberman became, I told them my advisory is no longer for free. There's hardly any WhatsApp status now. Once you say hello, the next thing you see is, hey, welcome to Flat Perfumes and Clothing Store. We'll get back to you in a short while. Every now and then, you get WhatsApp messages from church members, SMOP members, community people. My daughter is running temperature. What do you think I can do? Welcome to Dr. Ife's Consulting. For general inquiries, please take 5,000 naira into this account. For specialist inquiries, please pay this thing. See, commercialize your experience. Yeah. I'm sorry, I used to brag that to my wife. I paid part of her school fees. She got married in 500 level. And so in 600 level, she said she's not going to her father to collect school fees. So I paid 6 solid years in school, another 6 years doing residency. I moved out of my house to go and live in one 4x4 room with her for 5.5 years because I want to be a good husband. And then after all of that, importing books from UK, from US, and there, somebody will now be paying out a miserable amount of money, and others will come around and be collecting everything for free. Control KJ, Kujo. You must pay for it. So you need to find creative ways to be able to do that. Now, my time, I will share my slide with the organizers of this program, but I will also open your eyes to a number of things. The first thing is about making investments and helping yourself is first understanding your financial goals, your money goals. Why do you need money? Money should never rule us. Money is a tool. You send it on errand. It should never be your Lord. Because those who do unethical things, money has become their Lord. Money should always be deployed. If I ask some of you now, how much do you have in your account? What you are thinking of is I'm assessing your financial status. No, I am actually checking your financial wisdom. Because you should never keep money in your bank account. When I heard Mary Stem was here, I was like, oh, fantastic. They will also open your eyes to a number of things. I just finished a leadership program with First Bank. And these are bankers. Unfortunately, bankers themselves cannot cure themselves. And I started talking to them about financial wisdom. I was with the HR Governing Council in First Bank. In 2011, a decision was made to let go 3,500 First Bank employees. You know what it means? You get into the bank, you try to log in, it doesn't log in, and then you are calling IT, what's going on? And they tell you talk to HR. You need to see people. I know a lady who committed suicide in Abuja. She was 52, she was not married, the bank was all her life. She felt it was all over. And then these guys, we just finished last week, and I asked them a question. If the bank asked you to go today, what would you do? You could hear a pin drop. And I started sharing some examples with them. The first thing I talked about was for some of their senior colleagues whom I had spoken with some years before. Here you are, you live in a 4-bedroom duplex in Lekki. You're 52. First Bank has a tradition right now that once you clock 55, they retire you. This banker was thinking, what should I do? And the first thing he told his wife is, honey, can we move to the mainland? And she was like, my family is here, my friends are here, everybody I've known are here, and all of that. And you know when our wives give us that bombastic side look, you know that thing. I don't know how they flip their eye. I've always tried it, it just doesn't work. You know, they give those kind of things. And the next moment, when you tell them what's wrong, they tell you nothing. Every man here, you know when you hear the word nothing. Danger zone. He's really in danger zone. And so he didn't say anything. So on Sunday after church, he took his wife and said, honey, let's visit somewhere together. They drove out from there. As they were getting to Bagada, they entered one of those estates. And he started saying, that house there belongs to the first Chief Justice of Nigeria. That house over there belongs to Ayodele Fayose. And the woman was like, wow, wow. And then the way the estate was planned, she herself exclaimed and said, This place will give Lekki a run for its money. And Lekki mainland has really stepped up like this. He then drove in front of one of the parishes of their church, which was a very big one. And he was like, no, this is it. It's really now the big place. In the heart of the man, he was feeling satisfied. Eventually, they got in front of a building. They went upstairs. He knocked at the door. The man brought out a key from his pocket and he opened it. The woman was looking at him, shocked and surprised. And as they entered into the place, it was empty. And he looked her in the eye and said, sweetheart, this place goes for 2.7 million naira per annum. We can rent out our house in Lekki for 6.57 million naira per annum. From that money, we pay the rent here. See, in First Bank, once you clock 55, they advise you to retire. An advice you can almost not refuse. I have seen it happen to many of my colleagues, and I don't want you to catch up with me without planning. And so, from the excess, I can be injecting another 1.5 million naira every year into your own business. And then he said, can you come over here? They went to the window side, and then he looked through. He said, there is an empty store there. I intend to rent that place also so that I can start a dry cleaning business there. I've gone around this estate. They do not have any laundry business here. So we can be the first. I have 3 years to learn this business. If they cheat me, if they do anything, I'm still collecting salaries, but I would learn. Building a customer base. My colleagues in the bank, I will be bringing their clothes. The guys working in here will be doing the job, and then they can move out. The kids are already in SS3. One is already in the university. Once they leave, they are out of this house. They are not coming back. The reason why it's even a 3-bedded is so that your extra wardrobe can stay in some place. He didn't tell her that portion anyway, but he just kept that to himself. So that when the children come for holiday or for visiting, they can actually have a place where they would stay. And eventually, when First Bank asks me to go home, I have a business that I am retiring to. In fact, that was what Pastor preached today. He was at the front. David was at home. And as he was at home, he was looking through the window. What did he see? He saw something. Please don't let me see Bathsheba. Let me have a place that I am going to. And then the one that he said, honey, please let's move here to the mainland. Monday morning, he got to the office. While they were having their Monday meeting, his phone kept buzzing. Looked at it, it was his wife. He then asked his people, please, let me pick this call. It may be an emergency. It's been from my wife. When she called, he said, honey, no problem. He said, sorry, I'm in the market. I'm shopping for curtains for the new house. Please check some of the samples I sent you. He said, this woman, he said, it is now our project. Oh, please, male residents here. I love you, honey. Now, he doing better late than never. He started thinking, he started planning. We live in Africa where the majority of us pride ourselves in pepper them gang. Let people know that I have arrived. I'm sorry, that is not the focus. Your primary focus should be the fact that you are not looking rich, you are actually rich. You are not appearing wealthy, but you are actually wealthy. And how you do that is a function of paying now so that you can enjoy it later on. While we know that life is not guaranteed, venture you now live into 70s and you are in penury. What does it fit you? We are not saying do not enjoy, but we are saying plan it and stagger it. So what is your money goal? So that I can afford what I want when I want it. What do I need to start doing now? If you are keeping money in your savings account, you are making a grave mistake. The first thing is this: you are doctors, you are residents, you do not have time. My wife went through it. I told you guys I had to move inside the loot. You need to see my house, big, spacious room, 4x4 room like that, with plenty mosquito in that route. I refurbished the entire room. Inclusive. They started doing another round of, please, can you help us in our department? So anyway, we did. We gave them AC, we gave them several other things. I contributed my quota to medical practice. It's left for you people to give me associate diploma in medicine so that I can use that one to be managing myself. Now, when your salary comes in, you do not save after spending. You spend what is left after saving. And you are not saving, you are investing. should you always do? Plan your life. Salary increases come at different points in time. I can confidently tell you that my lifestyle is still the same as in 2013. I live as if I still earn the same salary that I was earning in 2013. Everything that comes extra out of it goes into one investment or the other. Organizing financial seminars, doctor, please attend. Everything is not presentation. 14-year-old child. Happy load day now. I live with you. I eat every day. What you? It's too much. It's too much. I hear it every day of my life. It is Zoom call, it is physical every day, presentation and case notes. See, what you need to do is, how then do I plan this money? If it is 10%, 20%, 30% of that money, put it into the easiest investment stream, mutual funds. Mutual funds is doing between 19 and 21% today, depending on the organization that you are investing that money with. And you want to stay disciplined about it. What you are trying to do is build up a capital base to be able to do something. You can have a 3, 4, 5-year plan around this mutual fund. Now, people do a job. I see doctors, 100,000 every month. As they pay, you collect your own today. And then what do you do with the money? Still, you don't do nothing with the money. You don't. It is truth. You use it to pay house rent because there's really no business you can do with that money. So you are simply recycling the same money that you have collected every now and then, and inflation is even killing it from you. So what should we rather do? Rather than doing a job, can we put that money into a mutual fund? Because at the end of that year, you are not getting that same money. So 100,000 naira by 12 months is 1.2 million. If it's in mutual fund, you are getting 1.2 million. You are getting a lot more than 1.2 million. You move into cooperative. Your cooperative should not just be centered around giving you loans. Give the cooperative to collect all of that money and put it into what? A mutual fund. So I had a session with Minister too the other week, and one of the key things we discussed, I just asked them, so if I give you 40 million naira right now, he said he was going to introduce me to you. So when I saw you here, I was like, well, good and good now that I'm meeting you here. And he said, well, Mr. Victor, we can give you about 27, 28%. And I'm like, okay, let's see. Now, if you go there with your 200,000 naira, they won't give you that. But if you pull that money together, you have 50 million or more. You can negotiate 28%. You can even push further. And what does it give you? It gives you the benefit of any 28, 29, 30%. Because when the interest comes back, you share it based on your percentage contribution rather than you going as one. So when you pay all of your dues, don't use all the dues to print very fine posters and banners and everything. Invest that money. With that money, you can actually do a lot of transactions. And some of these transactions investing in boring businesses. I don't want to talk so much about investment because Mary Stem is here. They can open your eyes to all of that. The simple example I gave is this. Businesses include small-scale enterprises. I met a young chap in church, and I was speaking to him. I said, what do you do now? He said he coordinates a logistics business. What is the logistics business? He has keke napep. So it's for people like you who can raise money, buy one keke napep. And then you give the keke napep to him. He finds a rider. The rider rides it, and on a weekly basis, they remit 70,000, 80,000 naira into your account. They remit 70,000, 80,000 naira into your account. And they will do that for 2 years. More or less, a higher purchase principle. So you managing them. So you can focus on your work. He is the one doing the management because whatever they are paying, he has taken his own commission of 10,000 or 5,000 naira per week too. So rather than them paying you 75,000, for instance, they pay him the 5,000. He pays you the 70,000 naira, and that way you don't have to get involved in the business. So I told the guys at First Bank, and I said, let's pull 50 million together. Now, let's, for the sake of mathematics, let's say 25% on 50 million. 25% on 50 million is how much? 12.5 million. The moment you give them that 50 million, they give you the 12.5 million in advance. Now, you collect the 12.5 million in advance, you give them 10 million back, they remit another 2.5 million back to you. Am I not correct? So you have the 2.5 million from before and another 2.5 million they give to you. That's 5 million. With that 5 million, just add another million to it. You can buy 2 keke napep. Now, with just 2 keke napep now, you give it to these guys. Of course, you do insurance, you do all of those things on it. They are remitting 70, 80,000 naira every week. The money is not coming into your account. Where is it going to? It's going into a mutual fund. As it keeps going into the mutual fund, at the year, you know the bulk money you guys will get. In fact, from you investing, you have already created what? 15 million naira from the word go. So you don't need to be chasing. You know, there are finance institutions who are looking for people who have bulk cash that they can quickly provide to SMEs at a differentiated interest rate. So part of our business, we have outsourcing. And in the outsourcing business, we found out that many of all these employees, over 2,000 of them, they are always looking for loans. And then we crafted a scheme whereby you can earn to 50% of your monthly salary the 10th day of the month at 5% interest rate deductible from that month's salary. So when you give them salary on the 26th, 27th, by the second they are filling the loan form, you are providing the money to them on the 10th, so that they will have earned the amount that you are paying them. Because you know some of these very low income earners, they can take off at any point in time. If they run, at least they have worked for that period. So your risk is a little covered. And then off the back of that, at the end of the month, you are finding out that even from their salary, you are generating extra income for yourself. Think consistently about opportunities for you. Don't just be focused only on patient care. Ask yourself, what can I do out of this? I did a bit of some research for you before coming, and I want to share a couple of initiatives with you. So one of the projects we are trying to work on right now is the diagnostic center. And the diagnostic center got me thinking. The financial projection is about 4 billion. And then we started talking to, you know, banks and the rest of them to be able to raise the money. Eventually, I met a client in Delta State who his business does about 3 billion turnover. And he wanted some leadership structure for his organization. So I'm mentoring their MD on how to be able to successfully run the business. He got me talking about Bank of Industry. And he told me how they really supported his business. I got a contact in Bank of Industry. And all they said is this: we will provide you money, but you provide the building. Once you have the building, every single gadget you need in there, we will fund it. And the interest rate is going to be single digit. And all we just want is the discipline from you to be sure that what? The cash flow works. And I am saying no, the bank details is going to be open. So every money coming in and going out, you will also have visibility to it. And so they are willing to provide a 20-year financial plan. And then in that 20 years, we can choose to pay off on our own. It was then in that conversation I found out that the CBN has several other grants that are provided for medical industry. And many of your even duty-free. Yes! Many of your incomes are duty-free. And all you just need to do is this. In the course of the conversation, I met a guy who introduced me to the Chinese market. And all he says is that what? In China, you have provinces who specialize in different things. There are provinces that specialize in medical equipment. There are provinces that specialize in whatever you want. And when they are having their fair, that is the best time to go. And when you go there to that region, you talk to them. And while talking to them, look out for one sentence. It is as good as Chunghu. What is that telling you? Chunghu is the best manufacturer in the market. Is the biggest manufacturer in the market. Look for Chunghu in that hall. Once you get there, tell them you are interested in their equipment and you want to be their representative in Africa. You know what they need from you? All they need is a 30% down payment. They ship the first product to you. The moment you pay back, they don't need any down payment anymore. They establish a line that technical support and all the training that you need. They provide a credit line for you to be able to run for as long as you can guarantee them access to the market. Now, your job is not just all about patient care. It's also about what? Expanding the provision of patient care profitably. Because how do we define banking? Banking is simply providing what? Making funds from excesses, making it available to what? Deficit, and doing all of that profitably. And that's why they collect all of your money for savings account, give you a miserable 7.5% on top of it. Don't withdraw more than 3 times, and then provide the loan facility to other people at 33%. We are all praising Dangote today. He built the refinery. Because all the banks are chasing him with your money. The bank to ask for money. They tell you to go and bring your grandmother's toenail. So nobody is going to save you. You've got to save yourself and find a way to be able to work in those spaces. There are several things you can invest in. So if you have made people live in your own houses, you have a tank in your house, and then you don't sell water. You owe me. I'm sorry, Dangote was importing fish, Honda tire, battery. That was what he was selling before. Samsung was a fishing company. Would you ever imagine that Samsung was ever a fishing company? You have your maid in your house. When you go out, some of you have CCTV cameras in your house. You see your maid. She goes out. That's what she's doing. Auntie, fix a tap outside the house. Give her daily target. Bukola, every day. 1,000 naira. Because they will sell the water, they will not remit the money to you. So give them targets. And when you find out that she has started paying the 1,000 naira comfortably, increase here, there. 1, 2, 1, 5, 2,000. I'm telling you the fact. He got to 7,000 naira. Collecting my money. It's not for my body. The only place I know you can't sell water is what? In Ile-Ife. Yeah, because they will never allow you. They tell you water is life. Ile-Ife is the source of life, so you cannot sell it. We sell anything, man. And you make your money from it. So identify those and then you can invest in them. Create a financial plan for yourself. Think about this. Black taxes. You see, God is El Shaddai. We are all like Shaddai. And the fact that you're a doctor, people perceive that you have money. And it is not always true, at least from my experience. I know it's not always true. So the most important thing is this. In financial planning, I didn't teach black tax the way the Europeans or Americans teach it. They tell you to just forget about it. You don't owe anybody anything. In this part of the world, you owe. Because when they were 17.5 years old in this part of the world, their parents tell them, get out of hell of my house. And so they don't feel they owe their parents anything. But in our parents' houses till we were 30. Till we were over 30. In fact, it was that took some of us out of our parents' houses. And then we left. So we still owe them some things. Them with plan, with sense. So you want to say 2%, 3%, 4% of my salary every month, I will keep it for family and friends. Somebody comes to you, he needs 20,000 naira. You know when you put all this money together, what you have to distribute for the month is 50,000 naira. These are just hypothetical figures. You don't give that person the 20,000 naira. Bukola, whoa, country is hard. You know, to start any conversation in Nigeria today, just mention Tinubu and conversation starts. So tell him, Tinubu is doing all of us. So I can help you with 5,000 naira, but when will you pay back? Because I need to plan. Don't ever indulge anybody with giving money. Money is never meant to be, except you are gifting somebody for an occasion. For such things, let there be productivity around it. And that's why we don't just print money. Because when you print money, productivity, inflation arises. And that was what LMA was doing for us. Don't mind LMA. He always killed this nation. You've got to then plan. Start planning that, you give out of that with the hope that that much comes back to you. When you have invested all of that money, see, let the person cry blood. You are I shall die. Only God is El Shaddai. You can't save the world. Do not blackmail yourself into penury. Do not. Because God understands your own limitations too. And that's why He has given you everything to manage. You have done your little best, leave the rest. There was a Dangote before Dangote Foundation started. Because you don't get Dangote Foundation without a Dangote. So there has to be a you before the foundation starts. And even the foundation does not solve all of Nigeria's problems. So plan it to yourself and plan yourself in that light too. Even outside of that, tell them sorry, you do not have. God has the way He takes care of everybody. And if anything happens, you have done your best. Don't go guilt tripping yourself. Remorse in this society now, it is what? Blackmail. When people then begin to feel you owe them emotional fail. I told my children, if I like, I can sell all of my properties and go on Sugar Sun with my wife. We did honeymoon when we got married. The best thing I owe you is a faith, good education plus character, and then a baseline for you to springboard from. But my father has money, then I'm relaxing. Control KJ. When you graduate and you need a place to start off your own business, the property you are using, you will never know is owned by me. Though I have put a trust document in place so that next of kin is not happy. My next of kin is guaranteed. My children knows, my wife knows. And all of those ones, they have the information. Nobody else has that information. Plan your life in that light as much as possible. So don't get guilt-tripped by the black tax phenomenon. I just wanted to put that out there for you to be able to work with it. Now, what are the opportunities for doctors? Networks. You can form doctor cooperative for bulk purchasing power for whatever you want to do, whether within your industry, outside of your industry. You can establish multi-specialty medical centers and all of that within your private practice. 2, digital health platforms. With the power of AI coming up right now, there is between the US and China, because Europe is now becoming communist Europe. So there's really much of an innovation coming out of Europe and between the US and China, a lot is happening right now with AI. We're looking for doctors to be able to train their medical devices on how to be able to properly clerk and do the rest of your jobs. What they will need you is just your signature. So, in training those technology, they need doctors. They actually pay them in dollars. I will share some of those sites with you before we get going. Then, digital pharmaceutical distribution business is another thing for you to be able to explore. And then health education and awareness programs. What's he doing? He's monetizing the knowledge that he has. Don't say you are camera shy. I used to be an extremely shy person too. Do I be shy to you now? When I get into my car, I'll be shy. Doing business, shy. When you need to see me when I'm processing, to complete. Then services, that medical writing and research services. Can you chronicle some of your experiences in the medical room? Can you write journals, storybooks about some of your experiences while protecting patient information? It enlightens, it helps, and you can even write it in a humorous manner, whereby you are educating, you are informing, but people also find it what? Satisfying reading some of these documents, not necessarily a research-type documents that people write. Next thing, tech partnerships, diagnostic solutions, electronic health records, where you begin to partner, and AID can do some of these things, where you identify tech companies and you partner with them to say, look, we want to better the health record management system in Nigeria, and we want to be able to provide you with what? In detail information about how to be able to build a platform that will work and cuts across practice. And then you guys have a share ownership in that particular tech platform that is eventually formed. And all of this creates avenues for you to be able to earn. Things are insurance scheme. I just told you about the financing option we created in our small business. Some of our clients too are always looking for help us negotiate insurance plans. And I said, I'm always negotiating insurance plans. How about us setting up an insurance brokerage firm? And then we started talking to our lawyers and we are forming a partnership to be able to build that right away. Thing you do, find a business out of it. The HMOs, they bring in doctors because they need them based on CAC requirements. It is not usually the doctors that are involved in it. Read the insurance side of medicine, and you guys can come together and form something. And in your simulation, you are the owners of these private hospitals. You can form a strong partnership that works for all of you. The HMO, the private practice. Then investment. Government securities such as the Treasury bill, federal government bonds, state government bonds. There was a time Bauchi state government was looking for, I think, about 12 billion or how many billion, and they were offering 25% returns on a yearly basis over a 10-year period. You know, after year 4, you've collected your money back. And then you still have another 6 years to be able to collect that money. I was desperately looking for 500 million to put in that business. And you know, if we had the 10 billion then and we had given them, I'll just give them, collect my 25% in advance, and then start to save the turtle NGO. People would think he likes turtle. Oh, they more paper pets, you read somewhere. And then we keep doing that. Capital market investment. Please start buying shares. The capital market is really getting interesting right now. Mutual funds, exchange traded funds, and real estate investments. That's another thing. Permit me to say this, and I say this very respectfully. In Lagos alone, I just grace over 100 shops. So what do? We look for distressed sellers. We build the property. Sometimes it's financing. And when we buy the property, we fence it around with shops while we think of what we are going to do with it. So, and what we do with it is a function of what is the need of that community. If we find out that the community does not have a recreational ground, and we look around the community that has big jeeps driving in and out, and you can do some demographics of the people in there, you establish one there. That's real in estates, and we never worry that in those estates there's no hospital. People have to come out of that estate and travel far to get to an hospital. It's the next flat beside your house and start some private practice from there. And then it begins to grow. When people know it, typically you can. It's also real estate too. I just told my wife yesterday, somebody just called me and said, "Sir, I want to pay. My rent is due by the end of this month, but I actually have the money now. Can I pay now?" And it still can't from November 1st. I said, "Bring it on." She paid the money and I got it. And then another one just at about. I said, "Okay, I want to pay." This morning, one sent me a message that I had an accident 2 weeks ago. I'm in the hospital. I'm going to pay my rent. I know it is due. So when you are thinking, those funds come in for you. On Saturday now, she wants us to celebrate 15 years wedding anniversary. And now, I have put them into all of those things. Deep into my capital at any point in time to be able to invest in those things. So find some of these small-scale boring businesses, dry cleaning. You can set up a hairdressing salon and hire somebody who works in there and pays you a fee on a monthly basis. You don't need to get involved in their business. You know the equipments are there. He brings in an expertise or whatever, servicing the customers, and then they only pay you a fee on a monthly basis, which covers the shop and the amortization of everything that you have bought in there. You can do rental services for many of these diagnostics equipment. When my wife was running her project, she needed a sound scan. And she was saying she was going to rent it. I didn't agree with the terms and conditions. I ordered for one for her. Many of her friends, even in this place, have called her to do it. If you did not agree on price, a minimum one day, it is me. I was the one. Because I will tell her, per day, this machine goes out, it's 100,000 naira. Then plus you, that's another 100,000 naira. And they must pay your transportation to cover you coming over there. So it's about 250,000 naira that machine goes out. Go and buy your own. We bought for 4.7 million naira. Now goes for 17 million naira today. Brand new. So it's important for you to be able to do financing for some of these things. Better businesses within the medical field is ambulance services. Can we set up an Uber for ambulance services? You can actually have a network of hospitals or services, and you have connection with many of your friends here. You may not have an app immediately. I am saying build an app ultimately, but in that time, your contact is in every hospital, especially government hospitals. You need an ambulance service, call this number. You can even partner with any of the telco organizations. I work with Airtel, and I know Airtel did all of those things. But then, when they dial a particular code, and then you can order for an ambulance. You are there at the end providing the ambulance. Dialing that code provides money for the what? For the telecommunications company, and it is at a cheap rate. And you guys make money off it. Not the doctor. You are. But listening to her conversation time helps me to know that what there is an issue here. When she did her houseman NYC at a community health center, I introduced solar inverters to them. It was a shame when I found out that the Lagos state government gave it to my friend, the contract to provide solar inverter to all of the community health centers in Lagos state. I'm holding someone accountable for that. Really, it's an interesting opportunity that people can explore. Now, investment, agriculture, commodity, financing, healthcare infrastructure, technology, startups. There is a one opportunities in that space. Your clinical specialization, there are tons and tons of opportunities there that you can also offer by talking about it a lot more. And there are many organizations starting up in Nigeria actually looking for board membership of medical enthusiasts. Care Hospital, I wrote their HR proposal. But if I told you the story, it was actually a doctor in Nigeria who wanted to set up a world-class facility, and we were trying to raise funds. What they could raise was 750 million at the time. It was from where they were doing. And the elite were not interested in medicine at that point in time. So an hospital in India, hearing about what they wanted to do, said they were even thinking of coming to invest in Nigeria. So bring your idea, let's fund it. And that's how Evercare was born. And they brought that same doctor to be their CMD. He has resigned twice. They refused to let him go. So all those opportunities are there. Position yourself, be visible. You can't keep blinking in the dark. The best radiologist is the one we know on social media. Who is hiding in his house somewhere and is not saying something. Look, God sees my heart. God knows I'm working hard. Sorry, I'm a man of faith. God does not sit with us in the board meeting. He sees us in the board meeting. When we are taking decision, we are taking decision of the knowledge that we have. And the knowledge of the people we have are the people we bring on board. Please stay visible. We want to see more doctors on LinkedIn. So the first man comes to chase me off here. I know I have it. You can go. Thank you very much. So, industry healthcare facilities. This has provided about 2 trillion naira for doctors to assess. Trust me, there are almost no doctors for these things. It is private individuals who invest in healthcare that are actually going for it. Another is the CBN Healthcare Intervention Fund. So we have the Healthcare Sector Intervention Fund of 100 billion. SME Development Fund of 220 billion for small medical practices, Youth Entrepreneurship Development Program, 3 million for women, and you can run auxiliary medical services. With that, Entrepreneurship Fund of 30 billion for female doctors. We need a male liberation movement. We need a male liberation movement because women. And no wonder some people are denying the brotherhood. We have a risky job. is tired. Then you have the commercial agriculture venture. Application process simply requires business plan, medical licenses, and financial statements. Collateral, the time for processing is 60 to 90 days. Support business, they provide development and mentoring opportunities, and you can reach out to any office to see that. International medical platforms like Teladoc is one, you can write those ones down. Viva and teleradiology solutions, they also look for people who can work remotely. AI and digital pathology is another. Doximity is another one for freelance and contract platforms. We all know it's a popular one. Flex Job, I just got a call from GIG. GLG is a global platform. They pay $300 per hour for my service. And I didn't even calculate that one when I told you I was losing 2 million. They actually called me now that a client really wants to talk to me and it was going to cost $300. And I told them, I'm sorry, I'm not available. Can you move it by an hour? I hope by the time I check my phone, they will have moved it. If not, Mututi saw $300. Courtesy of you people. But really, these are platforms that you can leverage. There's Helium Health, there's Campe, and there's Veracity for remote jobs. Systems is there, EHR systems, telemedicine software, medical coding and data analysis. That's one important aspect that nobody has really been looking into. In summary, as I wrap it all up, what should doctors do? Financial liberty is the goal of anybody. And how to commercialize your knowledge is what you need to do. How do you do this? You may not be able to kickstart it on your own. Sit down with somebody, show intentionality. So we have several other speakers here, many of them in the finance industry. They can open your eyes to investment, savings, and all of that. I've told you a little about that. I'll allow them to do justice to it. Things may be investments in boring businesses. Other things may be ancillary medical services that people can pay you for. What to do is you sit down with us, be very open and vulnerable. These are all the things I know. We can help you see various P&Ls. P&L means profit and loss, whereby you can actually, put yourself in and raise money and funding from there. And all of these things gives you financial liberty. I'll wrap up with the words of B.B. King. He says the beautiful thing about learning is that no one can take it away from you. Oftentimes people agree, but I've always had to disagree. Because according to evolution, I believe in God, so I know evolution is just balderdash. It takes more faith to believe in evolution than it is to believe in God. I mean, the precise nature of the world. I debated Professor Awukwetu about that, and he admitted that he lost. He said we will have a rematch, but we've not had time for it. Now, the thing is this: the second law of evolution is called the law of use and disuse, and it states that the part of the body that we do not use atrophies with time, and that includes knowledge. Don't waste all you have had here. Set alarms on your clock. Get people's contact information. Break that barrier in front of you. Reach out, connect, meet new people, ask them questions. In the process of talking, you will find out things. Yorubas will say, Isheri, ọmọ aláṣejẹ, òwòrè, tó bá fẹ́ là. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
We can do better than that, please. So please come up. All right. That was very interesting. Can we put our hands together one more time? All right. I believe we've learned a lot. Yeah. And then we have questions, right? So you have a question, just a raise of hand, and I will call you. Anybody at all? Okay. Any other person? Can ask a question.
Thank you very much, speaker. It was very enlightening. My question is that you've said a lot. I think one of the major challenge with being a resident is how to balance your time. a lot of those things, I think it will require time. So how do we manage our time out of our very busy and numerous schedules? So what's your advice? Thank you very much.
It's very, very stimulating. However, I think there's something I'm sure you know with. It's the fact that like so they should. Yes, it's difficult to even have any to do. Transport. So, it's their schools just so that they got to be able to and because saying this from the pain and passion because I should but how do we handle it?
Thank you. Thank you. You inspired a lot of questions. People have questions though.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful talk. I was really moved, and I'll tell you because many a times you think about investing. I actually have two questions. You think about investing in all this so-called bring your money, will catapult it, and we have various stories of people investing their money and hear stories that you're wondering either they are seeing you as a fool or you were too stupid to believe. We have seen many of them online. You see them saying 100,000 collect 200,000 in 3 days. All these a lot of them online. So I myself, I'm somebody that loves to invest because if you can't work, let your money work for you, just like you said. So I think you should talk more of that. Then secondly, with respect with all these church things you see, because of emotional blackmailing, you see people saying, are you a doctor? Are you not supposed to do this? I've actually had a quarrel with a church member that I asked, what was then 5,000 naira to consult. If you want to come out, if you want me to come out, you pay me 10,000. This woman took my name everywhere in the church, saying that, look at. So how do we stand fair in such things and maintain our, because it's really sad that people see you as a doctor. And yet, when you see them come out in church, they are selling markets. They will give 100 million naira. They are going to donate 5,000 in church. These are people that don't even work as hard as you do. So please talk more on that. Thank you.
So do you want to address those first before we take further? Okay, let's just take further questions. All right.
Good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams. Thank you very much, sir, for the very insightful presentation. I just want to follow what my colleague over there said, because right now, if I can say that maybe level 15 or 16,000 times after I don't think they have a take home billion. So now I'm saying this from the point of, I understand that maybe I'm not right, but I can see that you went from a very privileged place. You can get some money. Maybe I'm not right. But you can say, okay, let's manage 500,000. Let's prepare you try to do investment and all that. In the medical field, unfortunately, look at those out. Don't let me say difficult because I don't want to say something to actually save after your monthly income. Except you want to leave face you with like Nick said, or you want to stay in some water to wait to and then get you. So how can we go? Thank you, sir.
Let me quickly address those, and then maybe if there are other questions that comes from there. When I was on the board of Seamless HR, there's something our chairman used to say. He was the pioneer company secretary for GT Bank. His name just skipped my mind now. I had it all along. He says you can never save your way to prosperity. It's not possible. You can only increase your revenue to be able to make it. The reason why we save is to be able to avoid leakages and unnecessary expenses. And I will try and match the two comments and questions together. There is never a time too late to start. I hopped a window on the streets of Lagos. So it wasn't like it was all rosy. From the moment we finished secondary school, I went to work on a pig farm, and I bait pigs, I do all of that. We pick their shit. We spread it, we dry it, and then we go to the farm, we plant those vegetables. And there were women who will come and buy it from us on the farms. But I found out, you know, when I saw them selling in the market compared to what they buy from us, the margin was too wide. So I stopped selling to them, and I started selling directly to the end users. My profit increased by over 400%. And that was me paying attention to understanding the market trend. I didn't know it was just understanding the market trend then. For me, it was just they are cheating me. It was just that cheating that was painful to me. It was you understanding the market. So I chose to sell to the end users. By the time I got to campus, I taught in various tutorial centers. I sold honey. I sold eggs. I thank God I still had my 2-1, top 10 in the department, because we were busy surviving and doing business. See, I served in Ekiti State, particularly in a city called Ise, Ekiti. Now, the school where I served was at the boundary between Ise and Emory. It's called Emory Comprehensive College. The members I met there, they said this place is a dead zone. There's nothing you can do, no money. I took GSS 1 to SS3. I started free tutorial classes for them. I taught maths, economics, biology, agric. It was when they got home, some of them told their parents about that copper. And the parents started approaching me for private home lesson. You can see I gave, and it was strategic. Then people saw the value. Was there everybody who saw the value? No. Some saw the value and they started paying me for it. And what happened? The excess time that I was giving for the charity work I was doing, I channeled more benefits to the one that was giving me revenue. And that was where I started. And then in the course of my career too, I thank God I had a very, very good career. I've worked with various multinational organizations. I remember in Procter & Gamble when the first jumbo jet was out, there was a competition in P&G who would be the first to fly it. And they were going to fly it to Dubai. And I called my friend at the time. It was a road in P&G. No one would be on it. They were going to. I went to Igodu, Diamond Estate, along last week, Igodu. That was when they were building that place. And we went there to make an inquiry. They told us it was 5.27 million. I can't forget. And when I entered, it was a quarter of a plot, very small rooms like that. I'm like, if I have 3 million naira, I will buy a full plot in Governor Road. You know, Governor Road is the Lekki of Alimosho local government now. I said, if I have 3 million, I will buy full plots. And with 2 million naira, I will build a decent 2-bedroom flat as BQ at the back. Why will I come and buy this small, tiny thing for 5.27? So I told my friend, let's look for land. Let's forget these people. It's too expensive. Well, I took my own advice. He did not. I went to Sherry Oshun. I bought a plot of land there for 2.5 million. And I built, when I was building the BQ, the bricklayer told me, okay, let's deck it, then finish the ground. I said, He said because the price difference between decking and roofing is just small. So they gingered me, we decked it. So I said, let's finish the ground. He said, Oga, you know, when rain starts falling, it will leak. I said, but you didn't tell me this one before. He said, if I told you, you will leak. So let's use this pitch, it's just block work, and then we roof. So I struggled and raised it, and then finished the one. And I told them I wanted to drink water on it. You know, somebody offered me almost 60-something million for that property today. I said, no, I'm not selling. And why? Because they are about to construct the road. And once they do, the price jump. My friend tells me, why are you not buying property in Lekki? I said, it doesn't make sense. Because I'm going to spend how many billions buying one small property? And Lagos state government will give you all those prices to pay because it's a prime area, so-called. You can go to some of all these other interland and make some investments there. There are ways in which we check. We don't build remote like that, where you know in the next 20 years, there's no civilization there. You can plan with proper real estate managers who can help you see developing places, help you put funds together where they buy a distressed property, they buy and they sell it immediately. In fact, there was one I bought for 14 million then, and somebody offered me 22 million in 3 months' time. And I still did not sell. And because we are waiting. So it is first, how do we save out of this? The first thing is, when salary increases come, don't immediately upgrade your life. Upgrade your savings and investments. And there is a way we condition ourselves such that when you know this is the money that comes to you, you plan it. See, when I started my first job, I will trek some distances so that I can save on my transport fare. I knew there were sacrifices we need to make. Today, I almost don't know the name of any bus stop because I drive almost everywhere I go. So and I do it deliberately, sometimes I don't drive. I want to say, let me enter a bus or something. I came out with my children's car today. So let me just know this place. Let me know this route. Because there are many things that one may encounter in the course of doing that. It was on one of the occasions I found the property where that diagnostic center will be built today. I pretended as if I was doing a phone call to take the picture of the call me, call whatever, and I told them and we sealed the deal and we are going ahead with it. What it says, look for other opportunities whereby you can render your services. Some of the sites I've shared with you, they give you opportunity to be able to do online remote consulting, services as a medical doctor, such that you are even on call here. But that 10 minutes, that 15 minutes that you have as a free time on your hand, you are actually collecting a remote patient in any part of the world. And then they pay you for those services. So you can enhance your revenue from there. And the revenue that comes from there does not immediately go into your spending, it goes into your investment. So that way you can gradually begin to build and scale from there. And you don't have to buy the most expensive of things. I started building the house before I even bought my first car. It was a friend who I helped his boss's daughter to get a job, who brought a car to my house eventually and said, you ought to be riding a car now. But I know your hand and your mind is on this property. Take this car. When you have money, give me. It was that relationship currency that got me my first car. And I was paying him 100,000. In fact, there was a time I defaulted for about 4 months. That was when I wanted to do the dating. And he didn't trust me because we had that relationship. I had also invested in him, and that helped us. So it is not until you have to do extremely extreme measures, much as I know people who did that, to be able to break through. It's a price anybody could be willing to pay. The real essence of why people put their children in some of those very big schools is not because of the quality of the education. I can tell you that for free. It's the quality of the network that they get in there. Sometimes there are other people too who made it through there. Zach, FIRS, we were in school together. He's my friend. I confirmed his appointment in Procter & Gamble. He sits opposite me. Zach is even tush now. Ogafito. That's how he used to call me. But his brilliance and his intelligence made room for him. Zach is a very, very cerebral guy. And he knows it. And people found that thing. When he was going to Bababisi Akonde then and all of that, he dragged me into politics. I didn't join then. Foolish me. Now I know better. You are laughing at me. Now I know better. Power, influence, position amplifies what you have in you. And if there are 100 of us with good intentions there, the impact will be felt. But if it is one move amongst the million, criminal wolves, then unfortunately we cannot see any change. So we may be able to get in there. So my recommendation to you is expand your revenue base. You don't have to do the extreme measures. And one of such is what I have shared with you. Revenue base may also be things outside of medicine. So many of us, we partner with various consulting companies. So there is organizational health and safety, where various organizations, as part of their learning and development plan, is health checks within the organization. They pay tons of money for that. They pay. And you can partner with various organizations to be able to offer such services to them. Dr. Osas, who owns Windex, I don't know if any of you know him, charges in millions. He's a medical doctor. He focused on clinical psychology. And he's made money for himself in that area. So reach out to the industry and find out where can I partner with them. On the back of this, my knowledge, come up with a proposal. They will buy it from you and they'll be willing to pay you for it. And those are things you can do for yourself. Someone also asked the question, all these funny investments, MMM and co, they are everywhere. Please, if you want to make any investment, first of all, type the name of the organization, go to SEC website, Securities and Exchange Commission. If the company name is not there, run. Run. So the organizations we want to invest in should be those ones that are accredited by the Securities and Exchange Commission. They will not promise you what is too good to be true, but with the right knowledge. Some of their marketers may sell products to you because it is part of their KPI, but they know there are other products that will give you better yield. They may not want to sell that one to you. So what you do is have 2, 3, 4 of them as friends. Sample opinion, get information from them. I want something that can give me this rate. I want something that can give me that rate. They will be forced to open up. And if all else fails, we can talk. We know if this or God does not tell you some things, me, I know some things that I will tell you, go and ask me. You know, he said, when I was mutual fund, the moment I went to the 28, 29%, it was like, why are you telling them? So put money together and get those other kinds of benefits. It will help you. And time management. When I was in the university, I used to do something about time management. I only wash my clothes at night, 12 midnight. Because it's impossible to sleep when you are washing. It's possible you are washing, you can't sleep. And I was an hour, so stay. Any hour it's here. And if you know how that beans, we don't pick it, we just pour it inside the water, everything that flows to the water. The rest of them, we cook it there. They won't have that compartment in your stomach. So we don't wait, we put salt now, we put everything together. The Lord is our shepherd. So I start cooking my beans too at that same time. Expand your time for things that you can do concurrently at the same time. you will never have time for what you do not create time for. And so it's important for you to have a timetable every day. We do it with our children today. I told my wife, shouting and screaming will not do anything. Let's do an planner for them. So as they come, they go and check. What's the time now? We are supposed to be doing this. They do it. That works than telling them, are you not supposed to do this? It also helps you too to become disciplined. You know that time we get tired too. We want to rest. And for those of us who run businesses, my wife wakes up 2 a.m. She sees me in front of the laptop. Now that I have an office downstairs in the house, she'll just wake up, I'm not there. She either checks the children's room, yes, because sometimes I go there, just pray for them overnight. Downstairs many times working. And she will come back and say, but please, you need to sleep. I will tell her I will sleep, but I need to finish this thing. I mean, 3 people now, you saw me holding my phone. 3 different people now were bossing me to say, but you told us 11 o'clock, because I was working with 10:05 to 11. That once it's 11, I will dash out and do this. He said, but you told us 11 o'clock. I said, I apologize. The guy who is chatting from Dubai, I told him, please bear with me. And there's another client in Botswana too that I said, look, I will talk to Australia on your behalf. We don't have all of those times. When you have a planner, it helps you. In setting up your planner, however, create some free time. I'll do a time management course. There's something we call time action priority matrix. What is time action priority matrix? You list all of your to-dos for the day. After listing your to-dos for the day, you try and rank them in order of priority. Now, after doing that, you now draw like a graph where you now look at the amount of effort required to do that task and the impact that task will make. Remember, it's not just priority now. The amount of effort required to get the task done and the impact it will make. When you have it, you will have 4 quadrants where your curve is. There is one that is what? High effort, high impact. There are others that are high impact, low effort. We call them your low-hanging fruits. Get those ones done first. They trick your brain into the mood of, I'm a performer, I'm a sport. Then you go for the task that requires high effort, high impact. But the sandwich approach then comes. You do 2 of the high impact, low effort. You do the high impact, high effort. You see all of these things that make low impact. You will just find out that you don't really need to do them. And in Pareto principle, 50% of what will give you success in life comes from 20% of your activity. You must find those 20% at every point in time. Never be that hard worker. Hard work does not pay you. And it's not just smart work. Smart work is actually creative work. Be a value differentiator. Do value work. That is the real truth. You ask yourself, this thing, they will appreciate it, but does it give me visibility? Does it enhance my pocket? Does it build network for me? Because those are 3 things to work for. For your money, for visibility, and work for relationship. Once those 3 things are not satisfied, my brother, throw that thing away. It's a waste of time, and you will not get the most from it. So by the time you begin to apply some of these principles, you'll find out that you can squeeze out time from that little time that you say is not available to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. All right. Yes, I can. I can go now. Yes, all right. Please, let's celebrate it once again. Put your hands together for Mr. Adebayo. That was very, very interesting and educating. Okay. So I want to the presence of this morning, is no one else than Dr. Salim Hussein. So he's a respected medical professional and currently is serving as a medical director of the Solo General Hospital. So you are welcome, sir. Thank you for hosting this occasion. To say, are we getting blessed? Okay. We are getting blessed, right? Okay. Right. So I said it earlier, this is filled with goodies. Many of us will go this class here. Just go around. They gave you coffee or tea, some toasted bread. Anybody like that, Dr. Fashion, I saw you were drinking tea now. Fair enough. So let's put our hands together for feeding us. All right. So I didn't get that. So I don't know what's going to happen now. Because it's past 2 already. So once I want to launch, it's fine. So we'll do that. So maybe up for that. But Dr. Kukulari, it's the first side that came in this morning. Okay. So next we'll be having a discussion. Okay, speakers, they are all seated. And I know we have been learning a lot about financial skills, how to invest, how to save, and how to grow. So I also, if you have any question would like to ask them, they are experts, the people who are bringing up some of also medical doctors, like the speaking now is also a doctor. So they can actually relate to what we see how we can save and grow our wealth. So in no particular, so I'll be calling them up stage. So we have Mr. Adebayo, please, you see me coming up to take a lead, sir. Okay, all right, no problem, sir. All right. Let's put our hands together for this come up stage for the panel discussion. Dr. Olajumoke, please come up stage. Dr. Olabode Shode, come up stage. Let's celebrate them, please. We celebrate them. Mr. Alika Onyeka, please come up stage, sir. And Mrs. Olunegbon, please come up stage, please, ma'am. Please, let's clap, let's clap, let's clap. Let's clap now. We are not clapping. Dr. Adaramola, you are not clapping, sir. All right, so to anchor this segment, A&B Treasure. So let's welcome Dr. Sage also. Celebrate her, please.
Thank you to all our members who are here today. Thank you to our special guest, our mother of the day and special guest of the day. We are honored that you graced the occasion today. So for this panel discussion, we'll be focusing on 4 main aspects. That's money, investment, networking, and taxation. And we'll be asking our extinguished panelists here for their knowledge on how this aspect can benefit us as doctors, especially in this economy. So our first question would be to Dr. Oshodi, our very own general surgeon here in LASUTH. So the first question is, many doctors start earning late compared to peers in other professions. What are the first 3 or what are the first financial steps that a doctor should take once they start residency so as to avoid having financial crisis?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. The question was about the first 3 steps or just steps you can take to start earning when you start residency. I'm going to take it a little bit backward. You can see this hall. You can see the hall and you can see the population of resident doctors. There's no way we're going to earn
the way we are. Because earning is intentional. I mean, look at this, a place that has almost 1,000 residents and you can barely count 100. We're not serious. And all of us are complaining. How are you going to have money? There's no way you're going to have money if you don't have the right attitude towards having money. Money is an intentional thing. Let me tell you something. The work I do to raise money, I'll be honest with you, I just see it as a side hustle. What I really want to be is just to be an academician, a lecturer. That's my main goal. Imagine if I switch that I want to just focus on making money, to be blood money. I promise you that. But because I just want to have something so that I can buy food, buy restaurants, send children to school, that's what I want to do. Because it takes a lot to make money. So it's not just about when you start residency. And that's why I've been investing in the medical student. It starts from medical school. I bought my first house doing house job. And the house was 7.5 million. And I had 300,000 naira. And I bought the house. So you see, everything is about will. I had 300,000 at that time because they paid us money they were owing from the strike. And then I saw the person I eventually married to that they paid that money, so I collected our own. Then I saw my colleagues that they possibly have no use for their money. I told them to borrow me their money, and it was 2 million. And I gave it to the man. I said, I'm going to pay 2 million. You're going to sell me this house, but I'm going to make a deal for you. I'm still in house job, and I'm going for NYC. Rent your house out for the next 2 years. Within that 2 years, I'll pay back the 5.5 million. That's deal. I was able to buy a house of 7.5 million with 300,000 because I had a deal. So you see, it has to be intentional. You can't be dining with dead people in your sleep and you want to live among the riches. It's not possible. Now, see, where are people? They're not here. And all of us are complaining about the same thing. So we need to look into most of the things, to answer the question, most of the things have been said, but you see, you have to be intentional. That's number one. Two is that you have to look into yourself. None of us is going to become rich if we depend on salary. There's nobody that will amount to any greatness among all of us. If we want, my salary that I earn as a consultant cannot buy the 2 front tires of the Tundra. I'm informing you, each tire is like 492,000. That's, go and check the tire of Tundra. And the salary cannot buy the, so if I just drive and the tire, I can't afford it with my entire to work. So we need to look into ourselves and look at our strength. So I left, after our job, I promised myself I was not going to practice medicine. Because during the strike, I saw senior medical officers resume strike behind the door and were signing their name, could not afford not to be paid. And then I asked why. They said they have children. Why not a doctor cannot sustain his family? I said, this is not my profession. I mean, I came from abject poverty. I'm not going to go back to same. So I thought of other things. I said, I bought a truck. I started doing college. I started doing all kinds of things. But you know, because I was not personally involved, people could cheat you. It's very difficult to trace them. They said they are in Benin. Meanwhile, they are in Oshogi here using their truck to do so. You know, I mean, I was still in my 20s. I was 29 years, 28, 29. So I had to start thinking. Then I thought of doing, opening a clinic, and then that was how I started. I did not own a kobo, and I did not steal the capital base. I'm just using this opportunity to emphasize the will. A person that was going to give me the money requested for a sample of my blood, and I was not going to give her. And then I had to just, you understand? I had to just get it there 6 months. After 6 months, I was able to get some money because I mean, it came from, you can't take loan. So I know to talk about to get capital is not easy. Look, I amounted to everything I have done without loan. Because I don't take interest. I did not invest in any interest-based anything. I didn't take any loan. So it is still possible. What you need to do is, whatever inclination you have, you need to have a way to make money. Find out your strength, start building on it. No matter how busy you are in residency, Mr. Adebayo answered it. There is time. I did my residency 10 years from Ikorodu. I was shuttling Ikorodu to this place and I was in surgery. And trust me, ask my consultants. They will tell you if there's anybody that can be around is Oshobi. Yes, I opened my clinic as a registrar. You see, all of these take a lot of dedication. I don't like one particular, I'm not very comfortable. Don't even say I don't like one particular thing Mr. Adebayo said. When he said, you don't have to work hard. And yet his wife is saying behind the screen at 2 a.m. Is that one? That is chill work. See, there's a way you have to, as you are starting from the work, you need to ask yourself, what strength do I have? And start building on that strength. That is what the mother of God to say. Sleep with that strength in you. What is that thing you can do to make more money? The moment you allow yourself to get immersed in the residency, it is very hard to stay afloat. So I think I'll stop here. Maybe something so that other people can.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. Our second question will be going to Mr. Oyeka. The question is, how should doctors approach saving versus investing, considering limited income and heavy responsibilities? How would you advise us against saving and investing?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'm Gen Z-ish. But now, we need to understand that savings and investments are not competitors. They are partners. But first of all, tell your neighbor, there's work. You have to work. When Mr. Adebayo was speaking, and even Mommy, when Mommy started her talk, she said, you don't that you're a doctor doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a doctor alone. Right? Let me give you examples. Just last month, we were trying to do a campaign with Apoko Doctor. Right? Apoko, come and host something like this. Just we said a small something, you know, we know how we do these things. 15 million for 1 hour. Right? Don't forget, investments and savings partners. But it's who has money that will even be able to invest. Abi? But then again, I still want you guys to understand that you don't need to have millions before you start investing. We have investment packages as low as 10,000 naira. Do you understand? So Nigerians are used to, once they say investment, it's for the rich. It's not for the rich, it's for you and I. In fact, the rich, they are done investing. Do you get it? Another example, and I like to use examples within your niche. There are doctors. Akin Faminu is a fashion boy. He doesn't even need to talk. You pay him to wear clothes. Right? There are sometimes, we meet at events. After the event, he's already changing to his scrubs. I need to get back to the hospital. He's still a doctor. Jemima, she's still a doctor. These are real life examples. Let me bring it back to myself. Investment banker, B. There was a time someone said, I'm looking for 10,000 chairs for an event in Lekki. It's an open field. My first instinct was, what was my own with chairs? But on the second thought, I said, I can source chairs for you. Okay, let me give you the gist. I sourced chairs at 400 naira per chair, and I gave it to them at 600. That's how much 200 naira fit on one chair. multiply by 10,000 shares. So you see that black tax they talked about, these small expenses. You just let them, don't worry, I'll do it. Obviously with a limit, right? But at the end of the day, when there was this guy that was talking with so much passion that money is not enough. Is it that we should go and live in Igondo or we should go and live in Facemap? See, it's because of all these small things. But the moment you are able to have an income that is capturing those small guys, trust me, you will have a very competitive edge against every other person in the room. So first thing first is try to make an extra income. It is that income that you will use to invest. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Adebayo wants to add something to that.
Permit me to just share this. Pardon me, I had to go out to negotiate 1 extra hour from the client. That was why I came back. Because my wife sent me a message. And you know, you can't get home and tell her you did not do it. The client, they are in Lagos Ibadan Expressway, is a production facility. And when trucks come to pick their products, they process soybean and then they export it. They don't sell in the local market. Just the waste of the waste is what they sell here for agricultural purposes. And I don't have many $1 million per truck. So trucks come and they park in front of that estate. So the chairman of the CDA came around and was complaining that they are blocking their estate gate. They needed to find a solution. So I was walking around that entire area. I thought of moving the trucks inside. It won't contain them. I thought of, okay, putting the trucks on one line and everybody moves inside. Then I saw one bare land just in front. I just drove my car there. And I just went there. I said, hi. I greeted the people there. I said, I want to make an inquiry about this land. They said it's for sale. I said, who is selling it? He said, how much? They said 350 million. It's an acre of land. I said, can I meet the owner? They said they will take me to the agent. I said, I don't want to meet the agent. I want to meet the owner. They said the agent is the owner's family, that I can meet him. You know what I did? I went to the MD of the company. This place, we can lease it. And we lease it for 4 million naira a month. And it's an acre of land. So an acre of land is 6 plots. So 4 million naira a month is about, if you divide that by 6, maybe about 400,000 or thereabouts, or 600,000 per plot in a month. It's a lot of money. And then I went to the bank. Bank, borrow me 350 million naira. I have a land that I want to buy, and I have a business that is going to serve it. So I get a contract to say, okay, we can lease this place for 4 million naira a month. I give that contract to the bank as a collateral to getting the money. I get the money, they lease the land. I'm collecting the 4 million every month. I'm using it to pay the people over there for the interest and the profit. And then at the end of the day, after we have paid it all up, who owns the land? Did I use my money to buy it? Did they tell me that there was a business opportunity there? You have to see where others are not. There's so much going on around you. You hear it every time. The patient has died. They are looking for an ambulance to be able to do something. Why are you going to a ambulance? Why can't you reach out and have all of those contacts on your phone? Have every single one of those contacts on your phone. You guys do referral for most of your businesses as doctors. And it is the radiologist who it pays the most. Because those ones, they say they don't get the referral bonus, but the doctor who is referring the patient gets 20%. What do you do with that 20%? It's some form of income. Establish contacts and relationships and monetize it. Share me your photo shaking. There's no business you bring to me that I don't know how to do. Because I will not have to be the one to do it. I always embarrass myself with a network of people who will get it done. Another client sent something to me, another client coming from Singapore, wanting to establish a company here in Nigeria, and he says, can you walk us through the CAC process? And I said, I can walk you through the CAC process. So the next thing I'm doing is I'm contacting my lawyer. I have a brief for you. You are coming in the name of my company and you are providing this service to these people. I will pay you. We are discussing no commercials. The commercial conversation is with me. You render the service, I get paid, I pay you. End of discussion. And you respect that confidentiality. So if your salary is not providing the money, look for ancillary services that you can render, that you can do. Put it on your WhatsApp status. He's too ill to go to the hospital. How I wish I can get a private consultation. Look no further. Talk to Dr. ABC. Let it be the profile on your WhatsApp status so that they need to talk to somebody. You find out, they pay first. The worst case scenario is go with somebody for the sake of security because you don't know who you are going to talk to. And then you can attend to the patients whenever they need you. There are just too many of these things. Don't let us be focused on my patient is well. How do I do business also helps you to raise that money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's give them a round of applause. Okay. Let's say something that just as Mr. Onyeka said, we are not just called to be doctor alone. To read out the bio for Mr. Onyeka Adika, just to bring out a few things there. So he is fondly known across boardrooms and social circles as the Jiggy Investment banker, where sharp suits meets sharper strategy. With over 8 years of solid experience shaping Nigeria's financial landscape, Onyeka currently serves as the group head of retail business development at Meristem Securities Limited, one of Nigeria's leading investment firms. And despite the fact that he was able to take advantage of supplying chairs for someone. So I think that as doctors, we also get different opportunities, but we often overlook it. Somebody says, an event planner, and instead of taking that opportunity and saying, okay, I will look for somebody for you and look at how to gain profit from it, you now start looking for somebody that you refer the person to and then lose some money. So every day we actually have opportunities, just like Mr. Adebayo said. We see problems in different aspects, and that's one of this summit was actually created. We see problems with doctors managing money and the solution. So in your various circles, different problems, instead of complaining every day, try and look for how to bring up a solution and make profit from that solution so that it's not free. Thank you. So Mr. maybe you can.
Sure. Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to say something that's especially as doctors. Oh, as doctors.
Thank you very much, sir. So now we'll be handing over the mic to Dr. Surakatu Olajumoke. How do you manage your personal finances as a doctor, and what strategies have you found most effective?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. All protocols to be observed. Thank you. Because I know I'm with so many people, so many tired doctors, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I did not take it for granted. So my question is, how do I manage personal finance? Okay, I'll just tell a short story. I started running a business when I was in 300 level medical school. Then one of our consultants needed a kidney transplant, and they started raising money for him. And I was confused. I said, because I mean, when we're in medical school, narrative was you have money as a doctor. You know, I wanted to enter university. I was stuck between engineering and medicine. I was like, no, she medicine, no, but she medicine. No. So I said, okay, no problem. And then somebody give me transplant. It makes sense. I was like, no, it can't continue like this. So like that, I started a business, and I started making money. I was selling jewelries. I'll take it to class during break time. I was in pathology and pharmacology class then, and I mean, it was the hardest class in medical school. So during break time, I carried a tray and a nylon, put it in my bag. I was ashamed of my hustle. I was still doing my fine girl, the best dressed in class, but I was still in my head, like, I need to make this money. Take it to class. I was making money. As I then I could have to travel abroad. So I think year 4, we had one short of ticket I wanted to buy. After that, I was making good money then. Doing house job, doing COVID, people started selling face masks. They were cashing out. I wanted to sell face masks too, but I need to do something else. And then I realized that doctors don't like to cook. So I started selling food. I was thinking, we didn't buy it, we didn't buy it. Before I knew, people started ordering the food. In fact, I made a timetable. And before I knew, so I told he has to help me out to bring the materials, bring somebody else. And I finished out of, I bought a car. I bought my first car. So what I'm telling these stories is that do you have the knowledge of investing and saving as at anyone accounts? Because I was supposed to big money. Dubai to South Africa next week. I feel like I should have bought a land. Like the knowledge I had then, if I had it now, I've done so much. So after COVID, I realized that I was expecting so much money that I could be selling my place and be doing my business and all of that. I still wanted to practice medicine. But medicine will now help me the life that I want, because there is so much I want to do. This year, for example, I hosted a conference of in attendance. There's no way I don't sign with that. So I exposed myself to doing so many things. So one of the first things I started doing was to create a list of the things that I spend on. One day I did a collation. I said I had like 6. I'm like, what am I doing with this? And I'm bringing it again. I said, no, I'm not doing that again. So for 2020, I started tracking all my expenses. I had a list. I had to track all the expenses. And then I started speaking to people. I attended conferences like this, both paid and unpaid. sending people with finance. Maybe 200 or 150. I started buying it. Then, December, my friends changed their card. So I said, there's nothing wrong with my car. So no, when I place where I went, I said, don't worry, you need to go to big place. I'll class rapport. You know, so you need to plan yourself. You need to plan your roles like you said. And you can recover it. I can really start with another child and it will look extremely different. You know, I can buy this. Yes, I haven't got a week. Because the ones I have are still better. If I it, you know that I've worked this week for 5 years. So track your expenses, make a list, start spending money, and don't compare yourself. You are doing very well. And I don't feel bad. I'm still contented that I'm doing so well. Have big dreams. Once you can see it, you will achieve it. Once you can dream it, you know, to the scripture here because I know we are mixed beliefs. You know, scripture says that because of our work we are not carnal. You know, but people are strong and that imagination that is sought to serve and growth. The imagination that you have, if you are not limiting yourself, you have big imaginations. This business, can I do it? This can I achieve it? Once you see this, dream it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jumbe. Okay.
So just in addition to what she has said, we find out that there are some people you're actually making the money, but you're not seeing it because you're spending before you save. What I do personally. So I even saw somewhere in this book where they wrote the 50-30-20 rule. When your money is big, this rule will change. Do you understand? There is no harm in dividing it 50-50. Save 50% of your income. Enjoy the rest. Nobody is going to. There are times nobody will even tell you. You will save 70% and live on 30. Do you understand? So and now we're evolving. Technology has made it easier for us to do some of these things with an app. For example, with the WebBuddy by Meristem, right? You can go there and say, 25th of every month when I'm being paid, direct debit my account and credit my investment account in the money market fund. See, is the alert. Oh, this money, okay, they've taken it this month. That's fine. At the end of the year, at the end of every quarter, you track back and you see how much you've been able to save, how much you've been able to spend. While we were sitting here, I just got a push notification. Your 30 December savings has amounted to this. And I'm like, okay, we have this money for December. It's not even December yet. Do you get me? Automate your savings. Make your money work for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll be handing the mic to, okay, let's go to Mrs. Halimat. So the question is, how important is insurance, that's health, life, professional indemnity? How important is it for doctors and which ones should we prioritize? First of all, the health insurance. Besides that, which ones should we prioritize as doctors?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I've been waiting patiently for the mic to come to me. I don't want to raise my hand. I wanted to say this last slide because this thing, as an alumni of LASUTH, it's always it's something that, okay. So the last time I went to LASUTH for a talk in my unit, they said it's no more greatest LASUTHite. It's now we are LASUTH, we are great. I think that's the new slogan. We are LASUTH, we are proud. As a LASUTHite, or what do people call the people here? Is LASUTHite, right? The LASCOM. I see the zeal. I don't know about the new generation, but during our own time, there was zeal. People were focused. They don't pay your school fees, you pay it by yourself. It is called OSU. But these days, it feels that we are more self-reliant on either our parents, our brothers, our sisters, or our aunties. As I'm sitting here, I've seen opportunities. I was wishing I would study medicine because I've been talking to my parents, all the people that come to consult. As I'm persuading my patient, I can know that, okay. So you know that if you have a car insurance, you won't be taking too much of that car that is giving you this high blood pressure. If you have a health insurance, you won't be taking too much of this thing. If your business is covered, you won't be thinking too much. Your medicals will reduce. I'll be able to advise them, get more money because I'll be the one to direct them. Go to Madam Alina, she will give you the insurance you need so that you can day to come and check your blood pressure, will be collecting medicine. Do you understand? The truth is that your health is the most important thing that you can ever think of. So you can think of making an extra income. When there is life and you are healthy, that's when you can think of any other thing. So the first and most important thing is your health insurance. It's not even your life insurance now because your life insurance is when you die. Your beneficiaries will enjoy that. So your health insurance, while you are still alive, what makes you stand? What makes you walk? What makes you speak? What makes you sit upright? Because some people ago, I was training my neck and I know that I went through. So my sister, you are not healthy. You cannot think of everything they are saying here. Doctors, I'm sure you know that. The patients on the sick bed, they comes to my mind. It's not even their businesses, it's not their children, it's not even any sort of income. It's the fact that they need to be well. So the first thing, and most important, even for you doctors that treat the patient, it's for you to be well because you will not remember that the woman is to be treated. So that is it. Your health insurance is the number. I talk with them at ADA. I told them, see, I like the fact that you want to make money. I like the fact that you want to go around. Remember that one string brings you down, you won't be able to make that money. And you won't even be able to pay for the medicals that you are looking for. So it's the first thing that you need to take care of. So I think in order of quality, be your health insurance first. Then you think of a professional indemnity. For you doctors, it is very important. And you can take care of the woman. Think of professional indemnity. I'm sure most of us should know what professional indemnity is. This is an insurance that will help you in case there is any form of mistake, negligence, or even an oversight during your professional duties, during your practice. You can treat a patient and something goes wrong. Something for some people. And then the rumble was shifting like this. I'm sure she's still in prison today. So that's just like the side. Oh, she has even died. So I'm saying that as a professional, be a doctor, an engineer, regardless of the profession, professional indemnity is very, very important. People that deal with people are taking lightly with you. People that have been their family doctors for 100 years. There is a mistake and it has to do with life. They will not remember your family doctor anymore. They will not remember the past. Beyond other things that happen away when it comes to things like this. So you need a professional indemnity insurance to protect you against any form of negligence, any form of mistake during the course of your work. Remember, you have insurance first before you can now think of professional indemnity. Then you can now have a life insurance. Insurance is a backup plan. The truth is that when we leave, those days are gone. When my uncle would back my children and treat them like their own. It doesn't happen anymore. I'm sorry, and I'm sure we all know that now. God are the days when we used to go with our cousins to their house, spend 3 days, 4 days. These days, I've seen that cousins are even of the other cousins. You're not to even those days. If I was going out, I need to look left, look right, even look through the fence because go inside. These days, you can't tell anyone to child to go back inside. You mind your business. That's the new things that we have. The new generation is all about. So you need to think about your immediate family. That's why you need a life insurance. Because nobody is going to take care of you like you are going to do. So that is what the life insurance will step in to do for your family, your children, when you are little. So please take it in that order. Your health insurance, your professional indemnity, then a life insurance.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Halima. To get more information on that, I think we have the Cornerstone Insurance just outside. During the lunch period, we can get more information from them. Okay, so now I'm going to Adumebi. The collation, new tax. A lot of people are quite confused on what it entails. So we'd like to ask you, how do you think that these new tax laws, because they've not been implemented, there are a lot of stuff.
So people are going to what about the trying that's one to sorry.
I think he has answered. How does he think it's going to affect? Okay.
The new tax law was to widen the tax net and to ensure that irrespective of what you do in Nigeria, you pay taxes. The objective was to ensure that they can track financial transactions irrespective of where you carry out those transactions and whether they are legal or illegal transactions. The objective is you must pay taxes. It started from the rebasing, how our capital GDP was calculated. There was a lot of news trending at the time with respect to illegal activities also being factored in. And one thing we cannot shy away from is that there's a lot that has happened with Nigeria's GDP where illegal activities have actually been funding them. And so it was important that government thought that we must get our own portion of it. But there was also the cry from the middle class that we have been the one bearing the brunt of all taxes because from your employers, they are able to get a lot of your money. But I can say first, if you are earning below 50 million per annum, you are getting a tax break. Not that they will not collect taxes from you, it's just that the rate is slightly reduced for you if you are earning below 50 million per annum. If you are a business owner and I think your turnover is less than 50 million, you pay zero taxes. As in company income tax, you pay zero. If you are earning below 1.6 million, that's 80,000 naira a month. Is it? Yeah, 80,000 naira a month or 80,000 naira a month and below, you pay zero taxes. The essence of that is just to be able to stimulate. Pardon? 800,000. Yes, that was the number I was looking for. Thank you very much, sir. It used to be 30,000 naira under Buhari, and then 800,000. Yes, that's the right figure. Then you pay zero taxes. And just to be able to help them stimulate consumption, because this is actually the consumption bracket. And with the consumption bracket spending a lot more, then the producers can actually also continue to produce. And then hopefully, if they do more than that 50 million, then they can pay a lot more in taxes. Those are the implications. Now, are there still getaway opportunities for you within this taxation? Yes, there still are, though some of them have also been tacitly blocked. For every 5 naira you contribute into additional voluntary pension contribution, you save 1 naira on your tax, which is still valid till today. However, you do not have the liberty of withdrawing it the following week like we used to. So before, we used to go and withdraw it the following week. So we tell HR, pay 70% of my salary as ABC, additional voluntary pension contribution, and then the following week I go and collect it back. So zero taxes on 70% of my salary. They saw that and they blocked it. But on the savings, if you make contributions, it is still there. For your life insurance, if you make life insurance for yourself, you get a premium. The value you pay for that premium can be factored into your tax savings. When you are getting your personal income tax, you get a rebate, which is one of the reasons why you do that. There is a life insurance, I've been trying to get the name, it's one of the things I was looking for, whereby you make contribution life plan, and at the end of the period, you get a lump sum. So I tell you what I did about, what do you call it? It was a termed one. There was a particular name they used. I was trying to get that. God bless you. Endowment life insurance plan. What do you do with an endowment life insurance plan? At the time, I was doing 3.7 million per year. And you do that for 10 years. Hold on, you can do any amount. I just want to use it for analysis. At the end of 10 years, I was to collect 50 million. At the end of 10 years, I was to collect 50 million. If you do my 3.7 million over 10 years, that's 37 million. So I am getting 13 million extra at the end of 10 years. Now, it doesn't stop there. If God decides or allows me to die anytime within that 10 years, they will still pay 50 million to my dependents. So if I had died after year 1, they were going to pay my dependents that 50 million naira. I went for a surgery some time ago, and it was the very first thing I told my wife, all these people, there's 50 million with them. She was like, you won't die. I said, look, I'm not praying that I should die. But one of the things I inherited from my father is that a man will have to plan for his next generation. So please, these children, and I told her, don't sell the house. I'm a very frank, realistic person. Everybody will die. We pray to live long, but I gave her certain things that she needed to do. Another thing you can do is, if you have a mortgage plan, the interest portion on your mortgage can also serve as some form of rebate for you in your taxes. And you can work that out with your HR department. If you need help, send me an email. I can give you all of the details, and you can go fight it out with your HR or whoever, and they'll be able to get you the money. Now, if you do, and I think ARD should do this, and they can talk to you guys, aside the fact that government does life insurance, whatever that takes forever you guys to take, you can do a group life on behalf of your members, which creates some form of investments and savings, and if anybody dies, they don't need to be doing a GoFundMe. Benefits that you can take out of it are the fact that, one, they can also cover burial expenses or coffin movement to a certain cap, anyway, dependent on the premium that you guys are paying. Then there's another thing in that group life thing. I call it critical illness management, whereby HMO manages health plan to a certain limit. Now, what will I pay? When will the family of my staff get 50 million when he dies? When we can access a portion of that 50 million to try and keep him alive, if you get what I'm saying. So insurance companies don't like me when I come to that bit, but it's something we all need to know, be aware of, and you can negotiate it such that a certain percentage of the sum assured can be used to try and rescue, redeem that person's life. Now, the caveat is this: if the person eventually dies, that portion is taken out from the balance that will be paid to the dependent. But let's try and keep that person alive. There are many more other dynamics into the tax law. If I can, I will share some summary. We did some snippets, and we're trying to do some engagement for finance and whatever people, so that they know how to take advantage of these things. And I want you to bear in mind one general practice. Irrespective of who rules, there are avenues for you. Quit complaining, quit grumbling. Sit down and find opportunities for yourself. The government of the world, no matter how terrible, create subventions and opportunities. And only those who are aware take advantage of it. Where did the rich hide their money? It is not all taken offshore. A lot of their money is hidden in NGOs. And because NGOs, the kind of taxation that they do and all of that, you can put a huge portion of your wealth there, and that way you pay zero taxes. Pay the institutes, just to ensure that they do not pay taxes. So sit down, speak with financial advisors, let them open your eyes to all of these things. Then you begin to position yourself, and you take advantage of all of those things to save you further from black tax. Don't keep money. You may have a relative who works in any of these banks. They may be able to see what is in your balance. And then tell family, and they will not say, because they know that if they find out, they may get fired for it. They check your account and they see 23 naira 11 kobo. They're like, I think we don't need a durable. I don't know how that they don't have money. When you need money, can you easily convert your investments to cash? Your mutual funds. SEC says within 5 days they should give you the money, but most of them, they turn it around in 24 hours, you get your money. Can you hear? In 2 hours, you get your money back. So your money is not sitting down idle anywhere. Minimum used to be 5,000 for mutual funds. Do they still do 5,000 now? It's now 10,000. So with 10,000 naira, you can do it. 10,000 naira is what you give for somebody who has just given birth. Just be putting it there. Keep that money. And someday, when you're tired of those weeds, take it to second-hand market and sell it. You make money from it and put it in your investment account.
Sorry, I was going to ask you your own question. Your question was real estate. Between real estate, stocks, and mutual funds, where should a doctor begin? But as you were talking, you went into that as well.
Spread your risk. Spread it. There are businesses that, see, the life of every business varies. Some may be trending now, the others may be slow. But don't put, it's only in God to put all your eggs in one basket. But when it comes to investment, spread it. Now, I've talked about real estate. You make money. The best clients are corporate clients. You see all these people clients, Shalaye is always too much. You have to follow up chains, ensure you get your money, and there's something you need to settle. You are talking to agents. It's a bit tough. But real estate goes beyond renting out houses. So you could create a recreational center. You could actually create multi-purpose centers too within that environment. You could have rooms that you rent for small meetings that people can use. You have a room in your house, and the way your house is shaped, that place is separate from the rest of the building. You can do advert for people to rent it. So real estate gives you that money, and it is guaranteed it grows over time. But beware, real estate is also a hiding point for criminal funds. So you need to be very, very careful how you put your money. Businesses are also great because it keeps you active and it also ensures you are there. But the brain of every business is people, because you need to find people that are trustworthy. but you need to also keep your eyes on your financials. Hold the button for income. Even when you say you give them POS, do unsolicited visits. What do they call that thing? Mystery shopping. When you go there, because for all you know, they may have brought their own POS and be using it to collect money. ShopRite case in question for over 500 million that one sales girl had collected. People were saying, when you have collected 100 million, why didn't you run? But greed will always tell you you can get away with it. Over 500 million she had collected. So look at it. Then, of course, investment. And when you are even doing the investment, spread it. When you start off, there are different types of investment. Investment is trading. It's a bit more risky. If you have money that you are not using for a long period of time, you can take the risk and put it there. When we are taking pay, cannot even take us to the bus stop. Let's start from the mutual funds, which is the capital preserving fund. At all, your money is preserved. The interest may not be high, but you get your money plus some small interest. Time, you can start dealing with complex treasury products, where you guys can pull money together and challenge ARD, not just ARD LASUTH. You can do it ARD national, where you pull a bulk money and you talk to any of these investment companies and you can get a high percentage. And then you can spread it across all of your members. That way you get higher daily power with them versus when you go and meet them individually and you are getting small trinkles. So spread your risk. You can start from one, begin to add others over time, but spread your risk. And those big businesses, find out people who coordinate them, partner with them. You may not have the time to run it on your own. That is my advice there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, so before you go, we would round up now. But we would like to get a word of advice from Dr. Oshodi, our big brother here, on how mentoring has helped him in growing his finances as a medical doctor.
Okay, thank you once again. Like I said, when I came into residency, starting, I wanted, because I like stuff. Let's just leave all the investment. Let's talk about who we truly are. Like I like stuff, so I wanted to do internal medicine. But all the people that resigned from the strike and came to work were internal medicine people. So I chose surgery. Just because I just want something that will give me money. Then I came in as an orthopedic surgeon. And then when I got there, I couldn't really see somebody I could look up to. So mentoring is very important. So I told the management that I don't want to do orthopedic surgery again. They should change me when I met Dr. Omadele. Because I see him, simple man, no issues. We eat, we talk, we go out. It's okay. It takes me out to do surgery. I'll ask him, Oga, let's go and collect. I want to say, leave them. I won't collect money from them. Go to this one. He said, leave them. I don't want. I just do the surgery for them. Why are you doing surgery free? I don't really need the money. Now you don't need money. And I look deeply into him. I find that pretty much doesn't really need the money. It's very okay. There are some we do that. I've seen him in Argentina. I've seen him everywhere. So you need to look at the thing they call mentor is that, somebody advised my wife when I finished medical school that she shouldn't marry me because I don't seem to have a mentor. And I said, well, I don't have a mentor here because, look at all of them. Which one of these one is a mentor? The definition of a mentor is that the person, you should be able to be the character of the person should be superior to you in thinking, the person should have exemplar things that they have done. Have this one done. If you are going to follow them because of that, I just find my way. But I found all of that in him. It is very important you look at somebody you want to look like. Don't be, I want to be dermatology. Just because you like the name dermatology. You will be so happy. So you get to look at people that can put you through what you really want to be. So mentoring is quite important. There's something else I want to say, you have to find out what you can sell in your body. This your body, there's something there that you can sell, and you have to identify it. It's very important. Most of us are just those so docile, waiting for the month to end. And I wanted to tell Mr. Okobi, right? Yeah. I used to go a lot to the abroad he's talking about. In fact, I was there 6 weeks ago. They don't have money. No. They are broke as hell. Oh, yes. I used to give them 100 pounds when I go to see them. I'm informing you. I have a friend who could not come for the 7 years he's been coming to me because he said, Osho, you're always coming to greet us. I have not been able to come because they don't have transport fare. You do the simple. So, working for the government, you cannot make money because that is essentially what you rely on. But I told them that if you search this your brain, your money is not where you live, it's inside here. I told them, I said, I can do something here. And they said, I should give me an example. I said, okay, what if I just go for a specialist course in circumcision? This is UK. They don't generally circumcise. This is US. They don't circumcise. It's Finland. I would just get a certification in circumcision. And I'll get government to license me a shop to just do circumcision. I will do it for just 350 pounds. If you do circumcision, just 10 more, just 10, which I know you will do 50. In a month, that is blood money in UK. That's like 5,000 pounds in your pocket. You don't need to touch your salary. And they are all there going to work 12.5-hour shift. Have you been there? One of them people have developed leg because of standing. Yes. So it's not about running up and down. It's about asking yourself that, what can I understand that some of us are just naturally 9 to 5. Fantastic, UK is a good place for you. If you are talking about what people here are talking about, there's nothing happening there. There's nothing. Because in Colchester, if you have your wife and your child and you have 2 children, rent is 2,200 pounds per month. If you use Nigerian driver's license, you pay 6,000 pounds at the end of the year. If you use the road driver's license, 3,000 pounds. I can go on and tell you. So we need to calm down and just stop wasting your funds. I met one 6 weeks ago. Because my colleague is doing here again. Yeah. And I met the lady was telling me that, wait, I heard that you to COS. Do you know what the question is? That's certificate of sponsorship for 11 million naira. And at that time, it was equivalent of 10,000 pounds. That is the head. You know, it's a managing director of clearance. He's a British. He said, he that is standing here, he has never seen 10,000 pounds before. And the person is 45 years old. And Nigerians carry 10,000 to get certificates. Now you see the watered it down. You can't go there again because now there's no ILR, right? By next year now, they're just going to be renewing your visa, 5 years visa. That is proper slavery. Because you won't be entitled to public funds. And the reason they gave makes sense. Because he said that if they allow you to have access to public funds, that means by 2026, they will have 3 million people with access to public funds. That means when you go to hospital, you don't pay your children. And this is yet. Your 6 children access to free education, they don't want that again. So because of that, they set up it. Did you see that it's on and on comfortable? Remember, that took the child for to write to my house officer. Unfortunately, the child developed pneumonia there. In 48 hours, she incurred 18,000 pounds. Who's going to pay that one for you? Do you know what 18,000 pounds is? You can't pay it in 5 years. I promise you that. Why don't you get it? Because the best you will get, they pay between 2,700 pounds to 3,200 pounds. And the money does not really rise like that. And you can't wake up the next morning and blow. It's going to help you. So if the real money we are looking for If you are looking for basic money, you go to work, come home, sleep, fantastic. But if this kind of money they are saying they are buying land 350 million, they invest this things they are saying here. It's not in UK. It's not there. I've been there several times to tell you. I've been to so many countries that I can tell you everything that operates. In Saudi Arabia, I can tell you how much you will earn today. I've been there. I purposely went there so that I hear with my ear. My friend told me, he's been begging me, he said, Baba, come. Your salary is 6 million. I said, 6 million. Is there PP? He said, no. 6 million. Something that you can sneeze very well. If you take a very heavy sneeze, you will make it. That is what this guy is telling me. Money. You see, to him now is money. That is fantastic for him. But if what you are looking for is this kind of money, it does not exist. So search your brain. Secondly, is that those of us that are complaining of time also, I want to tell you that time is not usually our problem. It is our management, which Mr. Adebayo said, and what the mother of the day told us, our time management. I was in residency in surgery. I don't go home every day. Told my wife, if I come home, you see me on Monday, I'll come on Thursday, I'll come on Saturday again. The free time, you use it to plan something for yourself. You need that time to plan. And you have to be disciplined to that time. You see, all the people that have money, they don't take their time. That is something they are very frugal with. And I lived in Ikorodu. So don't tell me, it's Ikorodu for me. And that was the time you were fixing Ikorodu. Let me tell you, I used to drive 5 hours between my house and Ikorodu. When he finished fixing the road, it was 17 minutes. It was that horrible those times, but I didn't give up. I survived because I still managed my time very well. That's when I still just for 2 hours. While waiting for the traffic to move before it moves. So you have time. It was so see, I did 11 postings. For 9 postings, I was only registrar. And you can check my credibility. They will tell you that Dr. Oshodi was around. You get my point. So in those 9 postings, you can imagine the day I resumed residency, I was on from that day for 14 months, 1 year, 2 months. That means I was in this hospital, could not go home. Dr. Oshodi is on duty for 14 months. 1 year, 2 months. I was wrong with that because every person I'm not president. And you know, in surgery, you're on call every day. So you can imagine. So it was difficult. But with consistency, with your mind made up, you can still do all of these things. And then you must create time for what they have told us about here. Because the government does not give a damn about us. They don't give a damn about anybody. So there's a weakness in this. In every society you go to, after the about circumcision in the UK, in Finland, that's one weakness. Most people don't do circumcision. There are blacks there who did a good circumcisionist, and they can't find it. They look for that weakness and do it. In this country, so there are weaknesses that you can look for a caveat and fit in. I used to tell people, let's say you don't like what all these people, she's cooking is stressful. Me, I'm in hospital. Doctor, everything is in hospital. It's too difficult for you. Look for something simple. I am sure there's where you live or where one of your parents may have a house that water is running there, right? And they sell salt at Moshe. The commonest IV fluid that is being used in any hospital in the world is not saline. To make it salt and water. Do you know what you need? Just $500,000, $1 million, 2 months salary. Get physiologists, get chemists, tell them licenses, how much is CAC, all these things they are saying, and start making normal saline. It will be blood money in 6 months. I keep so these are ways. Let's say you don't want to invest, you don't have all this big money they are calling. You can start small. Hospital that I started with just 400,000 naira, and that was my salary that I used to pay the rent. And then I went to Lagos Island. I told the man that was selling there, I said, I need 10 beds, but I don't have any money. The man had to call his neighbors that it's like this guy is mad. He said, I need these 10 beds. I will pay you by the end of the month. But I don't have, he said, collateral. I said, I don't have any collateral. But you have to give me these 10 beds because I'm about to open a hospital and I need them. You know, he paused, but he looked at me that this one was an extraordinary crazy person. Wait, he gave me 10 beds. When he gave me 10, I said, I don't need beds alone. I need surgical instruments. That one, he not arguing with me again. He said, pick what you need. Pick the surgical instruments. As the clock was taking his no easy, he understood. He did jazz me. You know, I picked him back the money. And at the end of that first month of running the hospital, I made 1.1 million. That day, I knew I can't be poor again in my life. That is the beauty of forging ahead with your dreams. So you need to set your goal so high. These things look impossible. It didn't take any long. Possible. So when you set your goal so high, like the Dr. Cook has said, you know, even when you're going to fall, you follow other people's successes. It's very important. Finally, before I drop the mic, we need to watch our spendings. You see, beware of little spendings because small leaks can sink a great ship. That is the problem we have. You are going to your house, check Google Maps. It's a smart way. You saw that it's 2.5 traffic, and you enter that kind of traffic. How will your friend not finish before the next day? You now be shouting on your wife, somebody that did not offend you. You now slap your children, people that did not offend you. What will it take you to live here? In this, 10 minutes before 4 p.m. and you leave 10 minutes after 4 p.m., the difference can cost you 20,000 naira for. So you just have to be smart. Some of these things. Now, don't go trying to impress good people. You are in a place. Show you. You have your friends, you now go and buy babies for them. Why? Anybody that cannot drink water is okay. Do you understand? So do not try to. These people don't have money. That came to you to celebrate with you. Baba, I don't know. We say I do that for you. Are you God? You now went to buy babies, you buy James, all these kind of things, and then you plundered yourself into another poverty. You understand? You have to watch your limits. Every giver must watch their limits because you see the receivers have none. So we have to be careful. The problem we are having is that if they have your salary today, I promise you, you will survive. So all these ones that nothing is left, you are lying. I used a Subaru as a registrar. That was a car nobody bought on the car lot. And I went to meet the man. I said, this car, why is it not living? He said, nobody wants to buy it. I said, sell it to me. But I will pay over 5 minutes. And he sold it to me. That Subaru is still alive today, 13 years after. Subaru is a car. You see, nobody has heard of it before. That's the kind of embarrassment I feel. I drive 1 year and I will not see the similitude of that car. You know, when you go out now, you see your own type of car. 1 year, I will not see it. The same thing when I now graduated. And then people are like, you know, somebody came to me and like, you have this car, you have this one. Why are you always driving Volvo? And I told him, I said, do you know the cost of the fuel pump of GLE? It's 650,000. That my Volvo is 2017 model. Do you know the cost of the fuel pump? 25,000 naira. You should drive that one. That is the one you should drive. You then in our family meeting, you want to go for a wedding. If you're you will not carry down. Don't carry it out and take it back in. Quickly go and buy it. This is financial wisdom. These are little ways I think we should look at life. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. In 5 minutes, we'll be taking final words from our panelists. Just give us a few words of wisdom, financial words of wisdom.
Okay, please can I just add to what you said about no time as doctors? For we that from Gen Z, millennial, we spend a lot of time on social media. And you remember that you spend 4 hours, 5 hours on Instagram. Consuming more than you're producing. That's how you are spending. You can use it to produce something. You know, you can schedule that, okay, I'll talk about a topic every week. Post it on TikTok grows like wildfire. You are posting on TikTok. You know, you can start running ads. You can start making money. You can go to their medical ads, which is doctors will say they don't want to collect money, they want to go for it. That means to pay you. You went to school for 6 years. You're not doing pregnancy for another 6 years. You're not saying that because the church, you don't want to collect it. They will be the responsibility on me. You just slap them in the market to collect it. So why should they tell that they give your government for what? Zip or this, zip or this. No, you charge with your future. Don't be afraid to tell the price of what you want. Because of me, if I say 50K, will they pay? Trust me, they'll pay. They'll pay, stick to it. Let them know that this is your price. You have time. You have time to do a lot of things. Reduce the time you are spending on social media. Me as a because just spreading stories and saying you are doing to another, spending hours, you spend 3 hours on Instagram. You need to read this that will not make any sense or add value to your life. Meanwhile, you can sit down and talk about it. Maybe you don't know the shape of the head. But trust me, with time, you get better. In fact, you don't know the things you can do till you start doing them. So please, let's not say, I understand that we're very busy and everything, but if you plan properly, like I said, we can have you can have a plan. Okay, this is what I'm doing today. Reduce the amount. If you are going to delete a social media because it's taking your time, please delete it. And if you are going to be on it, if you have to make money from it, if I'm going for a speaking engagement, I know how much I'll charge. I'll charge my interest. If you're not paying, it won't come. You know, there's a company that reached out to me to be their brand ambassador. I sent my way to them, and they didn't come back because I know that they're not going to telling me I should come and speak and you give me 25,000. That's not my friend. Lord, this one your work card. Why don't you first person to me that I can actually pay? So don't water yourself down. Don't say, hey, my face is skinny. We are making break and post break. Your face is fine. You'll be amazed. So don't water yourself down and don't say there's no life. That's to do anything that you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so riding on what she just said, I know someone complained, oh, my church members will not pay this, will not pay that. It's because you don't have structure. When they reach out to you, don't answer. Tell your brother to use their number to contact them to say, oh, we got your inquiries on this. This is how much we charge. You know why? They already know that this one has staff. Oh, they will want to pay their staff. They will pay for your service. Does that make sense? Good. Now, coming back to my field, investing, I cannot overemphasize it. Don't wait for the millions. Tell your neighbor the best time to invest is now. Say it. Best is now. You know why? Let me tell you another thing that will bust your head. 10,000 naira monthly from your side. How much shawarma these days? Exactly. Some people eat shawarma 3 times a week, but you say your ends are not meeting. Abi? 10,000 naira every month out of your salary. Put it in your money market investment fund, right? After 20 years, I know it might look like it's such a long time. You'd have made 33 million. It might not be for you. It might be for your children. You can see. Do you know what? Do you know the joy of I have 133 million I'm targeting, or rather that I'm going to have in another 20 years that will take care of children's school fees, that will take care of all of this. There's a joy you just get from it. And that is you trying to play safe. when you start doing small investments, with time you graduate, you start buying stocks, on your own, you start buying commercial papers, you start buying treasury bills. But one very important thing is you have to start now. The truth is, if you cannot take out 10,000 naira from your 100,000 naira salary, even when they start paying you 1 million, you won't be able to take out 100,000. Do you understand? So please, the best time is now. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to add to what everybody has said. My own is very simple. Every joke will be there. That's the because we notice that the generation of today, that's the main thing. We are too relaxed, we are too reserved. We believe that everything should come. We are entitled, that's the word. We are very entitled. In our during our time, you owes you anything. In fact, you owe people something. So you are always striving to make sure that you meet expectation. These days, we believe that is a lot. Just because you're a doctor does not mean you cannot have an extra income. I mentioned this slightly because I know I was still going to present it in my slide. As a doctor, my patients, as I'm consulting with my patients, I'm advising my patients so that my patients will also have long life. If my patient stroke, the ship that sees that is giving the man life is short, the man will have a bit of peace of mind to concentrate on other things. I will not be coming with the same. We will not be giving give them for BP again. You will not be giving him it will be on it constantly because he can't even sleep. They are back to the hospital again. And the truth is that I noticed I work with people in the cardiovascular lab in Los, and I noticed that the highest form of sickness is high blood pressure. That's the major one. There's a project some people are working on that have also come on board. And I'm learning plenty medical things because I have to do the insurance aspect of it. In fact, I was part of the lab because I had to take salt and some other things to just to notice that people in Nigeria today, if you look at the death rates and you look at least 40% of the death rate is from hypertension. And the reason why you're having hypertension is because it's not settled. There's something that you think that it is different to you, and your mind is wasted. If these things are insured in the right places, maybe it will reduce your hypertension rate by another 20%, which is the truth. And you cannot emphasize the fact that we don't need insurance. Everybody here today, your phone falls down. You have to jump out before you even remember that it's an iPhone. Because you know that the thought of replacing that phone, especially the Samsung user. I'm a Samsung that day. Now I want to pull out of, I'm trying to pull myself out of that Samsung base, but it feels like I'm a Samsung addict. One slight crack on your screen, it's 300,000, it's 60, it's fine, the same value you bought the phone. But even if you insure it, insurance can actually replace your screen. And you don't need to crack with the phone when the phone falls. I see some people follow their phone to the ground and I'm telling them, relax. Do you understand? So my own take on is that don't be too relaxed. There are other things you can do to protect yourself. I'm not talking about the other one. Medically, you people can protect yourself. Insurance form, you can financially protect yourself so that you be dependent on other people when things happen.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, Mr. Adu, maybe just give us in 10 seconds your take-home word for us today from you.
Just that. It's not the person. It's just sounds like it's just that. Do you get that?
Just one more thing. For us resident doctors, please, if opportunity comes to you, take it before you start imagining whether you can do it or not. I'm telling you, I offered a doctor a hospital to run. I said, this is my hospital, I can't run it again because I want to move to another site, be running it. He said, hospital in Ikorodu. I said, don't worry, I'll also give you a 2-bedroom flat because that's where I used to live. I also gave him my house to live rent free. That but whatever we make from the hospital, we'll share the proceeds. He's a resident doctor, one of my own mentees. Here, it don't be offer. Now he's busy running pole to pole. There's broke today. I want you to be broke. So whatever they give you, no matter how huge, take it first, then find the best way to do it. You see anybody talking about any opportunity to do a job, to run some, just take it. You have a lab that is lying far. Nobody knows how to do it. Tell them you know how to run a lab. Look, after you have taken it, you find people, you learn how to run it in a very outstanding way. May God help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists for the wonderful and financially sound words of wisdom that they have given to us. Please let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll be taking a group photograph with our panelists, a group photograph with the executives of the LASUTH ARD, and then with the organizing committee. Okay, so please, the LASUTH ARD executives, please let's come to the stage. Also, we'll be having a break session now. This is going on. We have a real estate company just at the back. We can approach them for real estate opportunities. And then we have an insurance company outside as well. Then we also have a business run by one of our own members that will also be displayed at the back. So please, let's go around, stretch our legs, and network while the group photographs are being taken and the plaques are being presented.
All right, thank you. Hold on. All right, before we set out, I know what we do for the group to our colleagues that are selling goods here. All right, so the presentation of plaques throughout is they've done really well. Can we put our hands together for them again? All right. Because it was one of the adverts that was put up when we were trying to publicize the event was that this event, assuming you are going outside, for a conference like this, you pay thousands, tens of thousands to get this information that you are getting. And then they are doing it for us for free. So what are the executive thanks to our colleagues also for making out to come.
All right, so ARD executive members, please quickly come out. Let's take our group photograph. Okay. All right. Yes, please come. Let's go. Yes, appear. Yes, please. Speak to me. Please, would like to and then would like how please. Okay, we will invite someone, please. Let's celebrate her. Let's clap for her. Executive members were waiting. To the glory of the Lord, we present this an appreciation award presented to Mr. Okeke Dumbi in recognition of your invaluable contribution at the inaugural Treasure Summit. We appreciate you. We thank you for the work you have given us, and we are sure next time you see us, you see the product of your work. Thank you very much. Next, so I'm not surprised at you brought from him today. If you bring as he's teaching it out to you, there's no. You better get connected and move out of all these activities. You need to define what you want. That's why the situation you have on hand, there's still a room for you. I appreciate you. I've known you and I want you futuristics to follow the dream, and as you are teaching us and the other members to achieve it. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Now we'll be inviting our special guests of the day, Dr. Salu Osei, to present the set of plans. Let's put our hands together as it comes on stage. We can do better than that now. So, I will start by thanking the just like the said, successes. I remember I went to so sad. I was only so once I was sad, there's sound. We can do something. So
When I had my house in the Korean, I was working. My daughter was takes 5 hours to get to the weather. You don't look like on transportation. It's actually more than the money you spend at to or church. So you do a permission to do it. So that the same so let's take a start smooth, but all that starts well. So I'm doing this this is in recognition of your valuable contribution at the MRC Treasure Summit. Please, we don't have money. So whenever we call I'm a last lead chairman, so so you are also teaching me. I'm learning. So well, thank you very much for it's necessary to make your money for medicine. But the truth of the matter is medicine can be a very good foundation for you. I remember when I was young, I get to facilities, I say I'm a medical doctor. I say traditional. But when they consider that you're honors, they give you that honor, you access to things that you think you have access to. And in this case, we are taking your number so that next time you are going to have a list. The main problem with medicine is that we are not taught to take medicine. It's a big problem, but unfortunately, that is what the profession is. So while we are also trying to commercialize, we need to look at what the law says so that you are not trying to do it. Insurance, fortunately for us, we are already being activated out. So it's not like able to reflect on our taxation. Because also that that excess is going to be taxed. Even anything like that, that is the reality. Which was what was talking. So this is the program. So I'm trying recognition of your valuable contribution at this inaugural summit. So thank you. So thank you. Okay. So Mr. Fisher, okay, Mr. Fisher. I don't need to talk. And I'm not sure. Just like I said, there's nothing that is impossible. And once you also can think about it, you can do it. Especially in being construction and real estate. Unfortunately, I never really had time. Time is a big factor as a medical practitioner. I never really had time. I invest in some things, people in charge, and they mess you up. So you get that. I remember starting a social business. So sponsor, also participating in the soap house, say they are not paid. I just wanted to hear 3 months later that what was because the was collecting the spending it. I don't know, trying to just go into successes still make you at the end of the day. Today I'm a medical director. I stopped the construction like I constructed within 6 weeks. The 2 emergency rooms I've been able to construct in Shomolu and in Solo were constructed within 6 weeks from scratch to the end. And I personally oversee it. I mean, to Jesse, because if I can look at what I want to do, get advice here and there, you get things done. Because so somebody was like the skin so stands. And I'm like, ah, but that's things. Islam permits you and I encourage you to stay. So there are some of them are Muslim. So I would have asked so that we can advise you that don't. I remember someone I felt my son to stay like but to so expensive school. So as soon as there was done, so we had so some activities for another activities, and by the time you have your results, you see that we are doing. And I love to so so thank you very much in the school educating. So thank you very much. This is Alimus. Jonas. I think things are more better with insurance. Because I did sure so collect my money back. And so after some years, I was supposed to collect back when I didn't it. So I lost interest in insurance, but things are much better now. So said, interest is another issue, but Or maybe we should talk about that I'm interested in that. Exactly. So, yeah, okay. So maybe we should talk about too, because quite a number of us will not talk publicly, but that's what we practice. And that's what I encourage you to practice. But please don't take any load. Now you know you cannot be on time. You need to be very careful about it, especially when you are not sure of how you are going to do it. Because when you look back at what you have done, so if it makes sense. But we are taking it, I mean, I had some stuff because in public service, there's a limitation of how much you can take from your salary. That is too much. You can't go to your salary. But I have situations that are anyone like 80,000 naira going to 10,000. So they will still collect from patients. So I mean, some senior officers the same thing. How can you be any 400,000? 80,000. So I'm not step. Somebody said, my wife lied. How does this now become something that will take that you put for other years? No, it's not being a human. It's definitely not because the wife did this. No. Now, you need to also learn. You use it best, and you don't have a house. You don't have a so try to understand. That's crazy. So don't guide us. So thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is what of the days come James from stage. So I can have the movement of the yeah, would be. Sorry, sir. Yeah.
So I never understood security in my face, but you know, the time to sit on dropping love. Oh, yeah,
the local of that this form of situation. Brother is very sad, but this form of let's see. We are doing that church. Just want to come out.
I'm afraid if what if you are alone, then you know, for when you
so just for this, so tell us what it means.
no one can go real
Just
this success in my world.
what are so you know what we have in the corner.
Love. So you with a Valentine sauce. Relax them, not from me. If you want to, if you want to, if you want to.
Send your whole advances. So what are you doing to bad? So since you have decided that I'm not going to okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. You need them to be in school. So we have many businesses intend to go and explore, then
Hi, I'm
also learns that for every dream you need a team. So whatever you think you want to do the team around it. Then also learns that you should also think outside the box. Yeah, sometimes we don't know our potential to be able to sit down and really think. So I think with this this conference I've learned all that I tend to make the most out of it. Thank you very much.
all right. Let's go to the next level. Explain to us. It's just one more thing to present class for the day. Special guests. So please, yeah, because that's for us. So let me get round up.
So much for me, our renowned family medicine physician, also a very strong and avid supporter of the Association of Resident Doctors. So on behalf of the Association of Resident Doctors, Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, we would like to present this token, this award to you, Dr. Alege Taiwo, in recognition of your invaluable contribution at the inaugural Treasure Summit as our mother of the day. Thank you so much, Ma. We appreciate you.
Let's have savings.
So this is for our very special guest of the day. He is also a past ARD president of their association. He is also the past medical guild chairman of Lagos, past NMA Lagos chapter, past deputy secretary general of NMA National, so past Southwest Caucus leader of NARD. I think I'm missing one more. There's one more. And there's one more. I'm missing one more. And it's okay when I get on the stage and I remember. All right, thank you so much, sir. On behalf of the association, sorry, he's currently the the medical director at General Hospital in Isolo. So we are done here looking for a job. Okay, so that's why I put that one there. So on behalf of the Association of Resident Doctors, Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, we appreciate you, sir, and we present you with this token in recognition of your invaluable contribution at the inaugural Treasure Summit as our special guest of the day. Thank you so much, sir.
It's permitting me to join this picture. It's not really sharp. Entertainment industry. Let's celebrate our special guest song, Dr. Salim Sumi. Okay, so Gabby, the next speaker. Okay, we just attended this presentation. All right. So that's so it's just so okay. So just like there are something that is so
All right. So I learned we need to be financially responsible, and we need to manage our finances. We need to look out for the little expenses that we think doesn't matter, that eventually add up and doesn't make the whole expense or add up at the end of the day. I want to cut down the little expenses and make sure we are financially responsible, and we need to save first before spending. Yeah, so some of the things happening.
all right, so let's put our hands together for him. He has really learned a lot also. So I want to keep real estate when it is start to some speak to us, use for 10 minutes. Stage. Let's put our hands together as a of stage.
Thank you.
And I'll be beginning my slide, which I've titled I'm sure we are interested in real estate. Okay, so first thing first, let me start with this. What is real estate? Real estate basically talks about land and the business structure on that land, from residential houses, commercial houses, hospitals, schools, station. This is real estate. So this is sources underneath that land, from gold to silver to lithium to real estate. And so from this definition of real estate, you are going to read that real estate is very, very important to creation. That is, if you a piece of real estate, you've not started your journey into financial freedom. So basically, today I'm watching us 2 ways you can leverage on real estate to earn so much money. So be able to real estate, it's more secure your financial freedom. Yeah, next slide. All right, so why real estate is wealth? So like I've said, there's a popular saying that says that 90% of millionaires piece of real estate, from to Aliko Dangote to let's start. A lot of these guys in the US have acres, thousands of acres. For instance, acres of agric land, and it's supply. I think it's the sole supplier to McDonald's. So they do and supply to McDonald's. And imagine how much those bedrooms if we supply to McDonald's and how much is we fetching in. Yeah, next. Next slide, please. Okay. So let's get this wealth. Okay. So, like I said, our real estate is money. You can do agreement and get money. You can build on it
get money. Like our daddy like said earlier that you don't necessarily to in the examples you actually bought land. You could do it out for rent, get the rent there, maybe add it to what you need. Because I only I've done real estate for 10 years, and the irony I've discovered is that people buy properties in the place they can afford. They don't really they can afford. It's only the irony. So people have to like something at the island. When you tell them like it's too high, so they will not invest in it. And so you can actually say it's small. It's your, 50 real estate. Next slide. So, there's this that was released by the Lagos State government. They said, and it says that 60% of construction happen in Lagos State. 60%. So, in there, price of land, this stopped, and it's already surging already. But I don't think the sold. So, like they really say that the first time for real estate is 20 years ago, the second best thing is now. There are places that have enjoyed all right. Just we're about to see position that will have a great for capital acquisition electrically access. Next. Yeah, next. How you can earn? Let me quickly go through how you can earn money. Is for you to start by real estate. It's right. Discount. So my team is there. They're the one when you share flyers, you can give them the numbers, flyers, but give said discount for everybody here. So we can spend payment to so you don't have to pay the money. Because you don't have the money saved, but you can commit to fixed amount and pay steadily. And before you know it, you pay. So you can start steady. It is a fraction. Then the number two is true referrals. Like it has been said over your chance. You can actually refer them to buy real estate. Are so being with what they did. And so you can just and guess what? You have a percent referral package. So for every you refer to us, you get 50% of whatsoever they buy from us. So whichever you could your referrals, if you have enough referrals to buy loan from us. So you could actually even real estate for free. A Lagos or Ogun State, whichever one you like. So I don't think there's anybody who has an excuse for not buying real estate. Because you can read your money, you have money from your pocket, you can actually buy. So and you can do a combo of it. So you can be a fixed amount and also to refer people. Like you later the money will use your document and you get your allocation on. It's like this. So places is not just living there. Like I said earlier, it's not so smart to just think about the house. Like usually when to value network, they don't value the house you live in because the house you live in is actually a liability. That the house, if the house you live in, that house is not an asset. In the words of Kiyosaki, he said an asset is anything that brings money to your pocket, and a liability is anything that takes money out of your pocket. The house you live in doesn't bring money to your pocket or take money out of your pocket. It takes money out. Thank you. So the house you live in is actually a liability. So in a way of investing, you shouldn't even be thinking of for yourself. You should think of building for others. If you do that, Financial expert, if you look at people who are making so much money, because as I was telling you in your rental apartment, the other day, Dangote was saying in an interview that he doesn't own a house in USA. Every time he goes to United States, he actually lives in a hotel or Airbnb. Because he knows that if he owns the property there, he will maintain the house and he will take money out of his pocket. So, it's actually for you to leverage and get cash flow from it. And this cash flow can help to attract your journey into financial independence. That's where your cash flow, your passive income, that is money you don't have to work for, is much more than your expenses. So imagine that your passive income has gotten to 100 million. And let's say your expenses for a year is just 20 million. You're financially free because you know that on a yearly basis, whether you work or not, you have that 100 million. She understands. So that's financial independence, and that is the state everybody should try to get to, because you will not be able to work. You will not be able to attend to patients. It's time you to retire. You have to retire. So look at what the inflation is saying. Look at what UM is today. And imagine what in the next 20, 30 years when you're going to retire. Definitely, things will be much more expensive. So trying to plan to actually against this inflation that is coming in the future. Best way is to leverage on real estate. So duplexes also, we have duplexes are positioned in built up areas where people have need for short-let. And this short-let apartment, by the time we do the calculation, within 2.5 years, you can actually break even. That is, if you buy today, set it up, from what you get, at least in that area, a night about 200 to 250K. It's the most developed part of Majuleki. 200 to 250K. Within 2.5 years, you've broken even. That is the money you spend to acquire that place. You've got money back. And so from that 2.5 years, you have. So it's a good way to have you like you don't have to go get somebody to manage it. Get somebody to manage it, you probably get a so maybe a 5 or 10%, and all of the money comes back to you. Imagine you getting as much as 50 million, 70 million from just your short-let apartment a year. 50, 70 million, that's good money. At least it will actually go a long way to show the effect of the inflation in the economy. Yes. So next slide, please. Next slide. Usually I used to tell people that if you have lived in a place for 20 years, depending on the part of Lagos you're living in, 10 to 20 years, you've actually paid your landlord the cost of that place. If you think I'm lying, you can just call your landlord, ask him that, please, how much did you buy this land? What was the cost? And look at what you have paid in the last years. You'll be shocked that you haven't even paid them double for the cost of that is. So it comes with so much money in lessons. So I'm sure you want to be like a landlord. From 20 to 30 people. So the installment plans, maybe our installment plans are very, 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 very flexible. Let's sit down with you and to actually suit you. So looking at which fraction of your salary will be so convenient for you to draw on a monthly basis. And the good thing is that once you price is fixed, so increase the price, yours will be fixed. Once you obtain the first installment, price increment will not affect you again. So you can spread the increment absolutely interest free. So it's one of the ways you can use interest in your Google. The next slide. So installment payment plans made easy. Like I said, salary we could actually so my team member is looking for you out there to actually draw a that will suit you. So we're not using that is structured for you, that is very flexible and suitable for you. So this is a graph showing, I don't know if you can see the graph. This is a graph showing the statistics, capital acquisition within the last 10 years, price of properties have actually increased and it's still increasing. So what we see now, 2025 at 45 million for a property that started with 3 million is still growing. Imagine what it will be in the next 10 years. The inflation rate has actually gone much more since the last 10 years. And I don't think it's really coming down. Yeah. Government has done some policies that made it come down from 30% to 20%, but it's not coming down to single digit anytime soon. Just through this, I read in the papers that Ghana is in single digits. Fortunately, we are still in double digit inflation. I told you that things time will double. You just look up one day and they will tell you, well, this one has doubled, this one has doubled. So you need to leverage on an investment window like real estate to actually effect of inflation on your personal finance. Next slide. So statistics are speak. Okay. Can we the land in the that's sold for now sells for 50,000. 5% of the Lagos settle along the Lekki of Eka corridor. That is duplex rent to rise by 25% in next 5 years. So in the next 5 years, we'll see a second massive. So minimum next 5 years, like we've seen, it's only very, very rational. Following the trend. Just pick up and go. So next slide. So before it was a bare land, and now a duplex, which comes rent on. So Lagos land price will 20%. Next slide, please. Okay. So we're giving this is one of our basically 2022 state from 2025, same land is worth 50 million. Invested in 2.5 billion. No master there. Anybody? Okay, so you can do the maths.
Like 1,000.
Over 1,000. So that's 800 from 8 million and 101. 8,000%. That's massive. Easily they can actually sell some of the units and so you realize it's people buy one later. Many people in areas like just only they usually will get have known them I would have minimum double because the thing is can see when the government comes, we can easily dispose one and build the next one. So imagine rent is now 40 million. You can easily dispose one plot and build the next. The next slide is landlord. So landlords in their sleep. Why? Because the tenant is paying. Yeah. So on the system, you don't have even receive at the end of the way. Sitting on the short let. And so we have a guy, the guy on short let, running short let in Lagos. Also with us to how you can run your own short let apartment. Next slide. This is not investors' mindset. Don't to buy land, don't to buy real estate. Think of it as rent, storage, and so done. Traditional way for your children. In their sleep. Imagine some 50 years ago. They are very, very rich now. They don't need to sell. All they need to do is lease the land. Whatever they are using to lease that land, whatever they pay them to lease that land, could actually develop a better land elsewhere. So I just buy the land and development we can either lease for agriculture, sell all of it, and so how to do the land now. You don't buy it, let the competition or you can sell profit and develop the other part. Next slide. Yeah. So your next step. Your next step. Choose land of interest and choose simply documentation. No trust. Documentation. Watch your money go steadily. Join your winning team. Future. Yes. I know scale which to nobody likes to invest. It's usually the end of the day is usually what I don't know. I listen there. Usually people say, oh, I got an offer to buy there. The money by then buy. Don't be on that hand. Don't be on that you would always be regretting. No. At this money, at least I could just share a fraction of my salary I own there. But it's unfortunate I didn't buy now. Most people, the plan, most people will not be able to afford to live in Lagos in the next 10 years. Looking at what rent is, it's in the papers, the average rent of a 2-bedroom apartment in Lagos today is for 5 million. And for the next 5 years, it's double. Many people will be able to afford 5 million naira in rent in the next 5 years. The only way out is for you to think about land ownership. All right, next slide. And smile and smile tomorrow. Yeah. So if let me drop my number. I believe my number is 090 225 22165. 090 225 22165. Let me call it small. 025 22165. Or you can get my partner there. By letting out our royalties and check us up on our website is www.bylettingoutroyalty. It's over 5 years. People all of that. You have to say that. Yeah, you can check us on our website. So, my name is Dr. Sorry. All right, so yeah, our website is www.bylettingoutroyalty.com. Okay, call to action. Start our website affordable 60 of each of the with real estate development, like details, construction, and site inspection. Let's say and smart. So what is the any question? Next slide. Let me just take 2 questions. Thank you. Any question? All right, so if you have any question, you can just so let's put a head together for presentation. Thank you. So this. So example like so we said you need to give us some percentage. Many levels are 5,000. So still work. So we're taking another address now. Getting the glory. Okay. So I'm taking another address. It's going to be concerning insurance. So that we can to engage. So let's as we go let's put hands together
I'm going to clap. So come and take the food back. Let's clap. Let's celebrate our house. We can do better than that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so I see it's been a very long day and we're tired because after 2 o'clock, all Nigerians are actually tired. Be it sitting down or being busy. But don't worry, I'll make it interesting and I won't bore you with so many grammars. So that's the slide up. And when I saw the topic, creating a pathway to sustaining financial growth. I'm like, okay, so it's a doctor's forum. And I'm very happy because my first life when I came, I actually wanted to be a doctor. You know, the slogan is there. You don't want to be a doctor, to be a lawyer. Those are the two questions then that had to be. It's not a doctor, you are not a lawyer. There was a profession these young women up. But I didn't like the sight of blood. So I was discouraged. I had to be a doctor again because of blood. So I chose another profession. And lo and behold, I actually chose insurance. I had my first degree in insurance, my second degree in insurance, all my professional courses in insurance. So I can boldly say that what I'm going to be talking to you about today is something that I have practiced over the 20 years and it has worked. And I hope that by the time we're done with this slide, you guys should also know that it can work for you also as a doctor. I work with a lot of doctors. I have an office in Loop, so I know medical practices. Maybe I can divert to being a doctor from that as well. So I said that smart financial decision for the modern doctors. Nobody wants to be old school. So many Gen Z. Even our mothers want to become Gen Z. So I'm very doctors now. Even me myself, I'm Dr. Alima. So Dr. Alima. And I'm just going to focus on computing. You know, as doctors, you have spent your life saving us. So now let's talk about how we can save you financially. Because if you are taking care of us, we should also try to ensure that you are happy and then you can also focus on taking care of us. I know many doctors end well, truly. Or maybe I assume that many doctors end well. Let me keep it because I'm looking at this space and the reaction when I said I know that many doctors like, do you just assuming that many doctors end well? Or plan well. That's our major problem. We don't know how to plan. We really need to read it because the truth is that we are really going to fail. That's the truth. So, I said that so. To turn your medical side into financial stability and growth. That's the truth because most times everything the doctor is thinking of is how to create injection, what to treat one. Somebody tell me, I don't know disease, something. My children's school came outside, there's something deep. And then what do you people this one from again? Every week when they come back, the second week they are talking. Every vomiting, they must come back with something. That's the hospital, there's always a new name for that thing that your children have got from the hospital. So I really appreciate you people. You guys are really trying because whenever she's ill, it feels like 100 years. I will be charging her with 100 times out. I'm doing everything. Very possible. I really want that. It's a lot. I can't deal. I really can't deal with it. So basically, I know we do not like insurance. That's the truth. And just like the CMD for insurance said, it's based on our past experience. And the experience that people have had in the past is a very terrible one, a very bad one. So many investments have gone wrong. Is that those years when these things used to happen, there was no regulation. And this era of social media, I'm sure that you will not want to try. So it is to assure you that there have been a lot of reforms. I'm sure you will see the Reform Act, you will see this act and that act. There have been a lot of insurance reforms, meaning that you cannot swindle me. And an insurance company that does not have a capital base 25 billion naira can be an insurance company. So know that wherever you're investing into your whatever insurance you are doing as of today in Nigeria, that company can stand the test of time because they are the 25 billion capital that was given to them by NICOM. And this is just so keep our people abreast of the fact that those things that used to happen in those days of our parents, they no longer happen again. I had the person that I did this and it showed that those days our shoes used to be like this. When we walk, the shoes are that's why they used to run your money. Today, you see an insurance person, that's my colleague at the door also taking pictures. You will see the difference that our shoes are no longer the shoes that you used to see. More educated, we are more refined. And the people that have your phone, they are refined people. They understand the business and you cannot be swindled, okay? If you have a claim, please, even if they are past claim, NICOM has said, come out, we're going to treat your claim. So please, rest assured that insurance is not going to defraud you. Those days, and they do not happen anymore. And it still happens. Like I talked to the CMD, he has a case now. I'm going to be taking it off with him, and we're going to be treating it together. And I'm sure we'll come back with the testimony to let you know that you got money. Okay. So let's go into the slides. Financial growth really means I of us that it's just for us to earn more, earn more, earn more. Let me just earn more. I just want to earn more money. I just want to earn more money. But if you earn more money and you are not multiplying what you're earning, there's no way that money will finish. That's the truth. So I'm going to a very small, let me give you a small example. As a doctor, you can make extra money from insurance, which is legal and allowed. So for every customer you refer to insurance, there's something with permission. So some of us in the insurance industry, colleagues in the insurance industry, they don't even spend their salary. What they spend is their commission. If I have a car and I insure my car comprehensively and I pay insurance company 500,000, 12% of that 500,000 as commission. Can you calculate that? That's about 70,000 thereabout or 60,000 true or false. So if you have people that have this kind of assets and you encourage them to insure it, just like I said, some of your clients, some of the people that come up to you, that you examine, that you advise medically, this is because for you to be able to good medical care, that means at least a little bit of money and you're a bit comfortable. The truth is that they have this. All you need to do is refer them to take commission. For example, if you do a professional indemnity that we've been talking about, the commission on that is 15% of whatever is paid. I am the one sitting on the professional indemnity for Lagos State University, and they pay a lot because their sum insured is about 125 billion. So you can imagine if they are paying like 12 million, do 15% of 12 million and see what the commission comes to. You have people that have hospitals, your moms, your dad. Professional indemnity is compulsory. Group life is also compulsory. Please take this insurance. That lady that just walks into your mom's office and take is earning something on that particular product. Why not you? Talk to the person. You can make extra income from that. Being an agent is legal. You're not taking anything that doesn't belong to you. You're meeting, you're like the olden days when you have and I have rice. And then we do this exchange. If I don't know you, if there's an agent that brings us together, the agent has a cut because the agent is the one that brings us together. So as a doctor, if you bring any of your clients, take an insurance policy, you get a percentage of whatever the person pays as your own commission. So another stream of income that we should also look at and also in this commission business, some people don't spend their salary. They don't even want to do any other thing. Left to me, if you ask me, I'm not going to do any other thing apart from insurance because the commission is very sweet. So, for us to grow, we have to ensure that our income is stable. And how do you take this stable income? It's for you to have something that is extra. Your salary will come, yes. Remember that there are some expenses that are already tied to your salary. So you have that extra, you know, the money that you don't really do so much sweat for, it's very sweet to spend. Exactly. So when you get commission, it's very sweet. When I first got my commission in this insurance business, I didn't do this. I wasn't too sure that I put that money. So I started spending it. It is different from my salary and it comes every month. So that is how it is. These are things that you can do to earn extra income. It's very easy. You don't need to stress yourself because we know that the doctors are really stressed. There's a lot of is going on in you people's head. You want to publish paper, you want to do this, you want to do that. If you identify the people, just let us know. We take to make payments, you get your own share, and we all move on, and everybody's happy. That is another way to also grow your income. And then I will also tell you that if you don't take a risk, you cannot get anything done. So the truth is that money protected is money at risk. Just like my colleagues that have been here, we have something we call it, one thing about that distinct insurance from the financial, that insurance is disciplined. So I want to plan so is when I come to insurance savings. There's something we call investment in insurance. The interest rate might not be as fantastic as what you get in the bank, but I can guarantee you that you get money until it is matured. So we have a savings that you have maybe for 1 year or maybe 2 years. We have a minimum of 1 year. You are looking at the fact that by December, if I start in January, I have maybe so amount. I start in January, February, March, April, May. Till December, I will not have access to these funds. And this way, you are able to build up some funds to do whatever it is that you want to do. Yes, there's going to be interest on your money. This interest you can get 10%. And it depends on how much you have. If you have a lump sum, then you can get higher interest. But then the beautiful thing about that money you're giving insurance is that you, the person investing that money, you're going to get a free life insurance cover. It comes with investments, which you are not going to get in the bank. So automatically, when you have an investment with an insurance company, you automatically have a free life insurance cover that you did not even pay for. So those are the benefits of the investment with the insurance company. So the doctor's financial journey. I know that in your early career, please the next slide. Okay, so in your early careers, like somebody said, truly you will need some funds to do 1 or 2 things. Like when you wanted to open his hospital, you didn't have any money. You had to get the beds on credit. Or maybe you could get a loan to move on your career like that. You could, in your career, you know, higher income, now you started earning your salary, which shows that yes, you have at least a little bit money to play around with. Forget that Your retirement plan is also very important. So are you saving towards that retirement? How much is the pension that is being taken out of your money? These days, it's so peaceful that we see some of our parents go to queue at the pension office before they are able to even get their pension. There's something in insurance called an annuity plan. You can plan ahead for your retirement. It's a little fund you set aside, just like what is being removed from your pension. You set this fund aside so that by the time you retire, this fund will have accumulated, and that was what I mentioned the other time when speakers was coming. You make an endowment plan for yourself. If you start today, the on endowment is very high. It started with about 3.7 million and it was ending about 35 million. Part of this money you can take if you need some funds. The goal is for you to have something to fall back on when you retire. And that is what we all pray for. Nobody prays to die young, but it's something that we cannot afford. So even if the person dies young, it's rest assured that the beneficiary is going to get the money that they are looking at contributing at the end of the day, which makes the endowment policy a very fantastic one. So for insurance, we guarantee you that whatever it is that will promise you in your policy document is what you are going to get, or your beneficiaries are also going to get if that person is no more. So, why is insurance a financial tool? Insurance is a financial tool because if you do not have anything to fall back on, insurance should be your plan B. And that is where it comes in. If your car has an accident and you have a comprehensive insurance, the insurance will step in to take care of the accident that you have. The insurance is just a strategy so that you're not exposed to any form of risk. If your hospital has a professional indemnity, like you said, if anything happens in the hospital and they are suing you or any customer is trying to make trouble, the insurance steps in to pay whatever it is that you've been legally billed, and that's what the professional indemnity covers. So you need this insurance. There are tools that will protect you from your everyday life. Like I said, the container on sea, like our Igbo brothers. That's why we need insurance, so that they can focus on other things where this is coming from. Have an insurance cover, their people will continue to rise because they don't even know if the container will land safely or not. But the insurance, if the container lands safely or not, they have a backup plan that they can always follow to. So what happens if there is no claim? And that's the interesting part. When you have things like your motor insurance, and there is no claim, by the time you renew the year, to a customer with no claim, then you can get a no claim discount on your next renewal that reduces what you're going to pay. So it's not as if it's a wasted effort. Don't forget that I'm paying 500,000 as a premium for a car of 25 million. If there is a total loss, the insurance company is going to pay me the 25 million that I bought that car, not the 500,000 that I paid. So that is the interesting thing about insurance. Also, I think we don't need to dwell on this again because we've mentioned the key insurances covered that the doctors should have. I've moved like 2 slides with this. I don't know who's changing the slides. Said that first off, your health insurance is one of the most important things. So whatever you do, please ensure that you have a health insurance, you have a life insurance. There's something called income protection. Okay, not all actually do that, but you can actually protect your income, meaning that maybe you're out of job for like months, you still get to earn something from your insurance company, then you get another job. So that's what we call the income protection. Those that really will be asking, do you get income protection? So sometimes you're out of job, you get one. The insurance company and pay you what you were earning before you get another job. Your health insurance, the professional indemnity, and the investment-linked insurance. Like I mentioned, the endowment. Plan for your future, you plan for your children, you plan for everything that you want to do with that endowment plan. Building your financial, you need to start early. Like the speakers have said, nothing is too early. As you can start today with as low as 5,000. So the earlier the better, because it doesn't matter whatever it is that you earn. Even if it is 5,000 naira, you can still you can start your investment. Gradually, you begin to build it. Okay, so please have a regular check on yourself. There's something called a financial check. If just like I said, if this year I say I'm going to contribute 100,000 at the end of the year, and when the end of the year comes, I've contributed 50,000. Maybe I've done 1% what I said I want to do. Then I can reevaluate myself and see what I can do to do better the following year. I'm going to close the slide with a quote because I have 2 letters that my time is up. So, there are 2 doctors. Dr. A, no insurance, is a very aggressive investor. If they say there's this fund that give you 12 million, you put his money. There's this fund that give you 1 billion, you put your money. The other doctor is tested and disciplined. He stays afloat despite challenging. He won't invest everything because it doesn't too much risk. He only takes calculated risk. The lesson is that when you protect something, you force stability. But if you put it here, put it there, put it there, put it here, don't forget that, like somebody said, the basket might be very big. Yes, you need to diversify your risk, but you need to be sure of whatever it is that you are diversifying your risk into. Because the truth is, everything can actually collapse at the same time. It is the bond market, and it's the same forces the market will operate. It takes all the markets of financially. It can couple at the same time. So just learn to take calculated risk so that you don't take the same risk all the time. They said my time is up. So, like I said, you can't predict life emergencies, but you can prepare for them. Nobody wishes for anybody to die. But the truth is that it's going to happen one day. Is when we do not know. So please ensure that your insurances are in place. Because when you are no more, nobody is going to take care of your family like you are going to do. That's the truth. So as you build your medical legacy, please make sure your financial legacy is also strong. Because all work and no play truly makes Jack a dog. But the truth is, all work and investments will make Jack just work for the rest of his life till he dies with nothing to show for it. Thank you. So I don't know if you have questions.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. So you said insurance has like all investments in the insurance, like yes. So I know of lifetime habits in custodian. So does that mean that there is also a life? I mean, after the 6 years or the 9 years and lapse, is it that when I decide to take my resources, then it's gone? When I decide to leave it accumulated, is that what you meant?
So your life insurance plan is always defined, okay? So if you have a policy that is for 2 years, for example, the free life insurance will cover you for that 2 years that the policy is active. Once your policy lapses, expires or matures, it ceases as well because your contract actually comes to an end at that moment, except if you now try to renew or take up another policy. So it's not for life. Okay, it's according to the terms of the policy. When you have a life insurance that take you to when you die is when you have a life insurance. Okay, life insurance is what you take, and the money can only be accessed by your beneficiaries when you are no more, not when you are still alive. Thank you very much for the presentation. So my question is actually something I'm just saying for the first time. I've actually enjoyed the benefits of insurances in various aspects, but I'm just seeing this income protection thing for the first time. So can you shed a little bit of light on it? Percentage of your income usually would go towards it. Number one, then what is the criteria if you want to make claims or that kind of thing? Thank you. Okay, so it depends on whatever company you're taking this insurance from. Not only, like I mentioned earlier, not all companies do it. Income protection plan is First off, you have to be working. You have to be certified that you're working before you take the plan. You don't take the plan when you lose your job. So you have to be certified that you're working. Then your salary, you need to let them know what you earn monthly, annually, okay? So that calculation, there will be a percentage of it that you will be paying as premium. You know, premium are very little contribution, okay? So let's say, for example, you earn 500,000 every month. A percentage of that is what you'll be paying to the insurance company as your premium to take up this type of policy. It could be 1%, it could be 2%, depending on the company, and depends on your exposure. For example, than you doctors, because the stability of their job is not as good as that of the people in the medical field. Do you understand? Do you understand? So we can't be specific on the rate until we know the type of job you do, the amount you earn monthly, and what you earn annually. So with this, we can now decide. There are two ways to it. It's either you take up the 3 months or you take up the 6 months. What I mean by 3 months is that the premium you're going to be paying will determine if you are going to be reimbursed that amount, that type of for 3 months when you get another job. For 6 months, when you get another job. There could be another arrangement whereby after you've gotten 3 months, 500,000, to the 4th month, and you still do not have a job, they slash it by half. And you get 250 for the next 3 months again. Usually it doesn't span more than 6 months because we expect that by the next 6 months, you should already landed another paying job. So if you quit the job, you're quitting the job because you must have had something else. Insurance is for an unforeseen circumstance. It's not for a circumstance that you really put yourself into. It is not when you really lose your job. It is when you lose that job. It's something you didn't plan for. Maybe you were laid off. Something that happened in the organization and then they had to leave off some few people. Not that you will resign from the job. I want to start home for 3 months before you can go on vacation, before you now get another job. It doesn't work like that.
All right, do you have any other question? Please let's meet together, okay? And appreciate our speaker, Dr. Umemo. Thank you very much. Okay, so I said doctor. Okay, and so we are getting to the process of the program. We're supposed to give some of our some of us start. Just want to give them some they do. So, Dr. Alega, please give you comfort. So, I want to give a big shout out to pediatric residents in the house. Sorry, I'm but I hear Dr. Bakari, Dr. Bakari, Dr. Shika, Dr. Sharon, and everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm standing on. They said we should not stand. All protocol observed. So everybody, thank you for the privilege. So I'm standing on behalf of Students Educational Ventures, my own company organization. So we have about 5 products, teaching about values, helping young people to guide them in their career paths. And one of the latest one, which I use my knowledge of, I'm in psychiatry, senior registrar in psychiatry department. My knowledge of psychiatry, psychology, for this one's for teenagers and young adults. What if the unfortunate thing happens? What if the unfortunate thing happens in your life and they're about 40? I learned it during my 40th birthday. So 10 what if matters in family, 10 what if matters or challenges in school stuffs, then sexual matters, then 10 others. It's a form of simplified psychological first aid, like what you can do, like what if I become pregnant, what if I become a celebrity, what if I don't like my teacher, what if I'm being forced to join courts in school, different what if, what do you do? So that at the end of the day, you can now eventually maybe see a therapist or something. So that's what if is about. Then we also have value cards. Value cards contain 52 cards, meaning that what we did here is that you can use one card per week to teach. You know, I know that family, we are supposed to teach our children values. So what we did, okay, my time is almost up. What we did there is just to help you put 52 values together. So you can use it to teach them values, and you can use it in form of game, like one person will say what it means, I mean, the description, and then the other person will say the name. It's not a big reason. At the end of the day, they will learn value. So I did that first. Then later on, for the younger children that cannot really read. So what we did, we actually use AI, is to convert those values to pictorial form that children of 4 years, you can use it to teach them values, and there are ways that you can use them as game too. And then we also have you and your career. I did this during my NYC to let parents and guardians to let their to know that when they have exceptional children, most of the time parents, they only tell them about the conventional courses, medicine, law, accounting. Meanwhile, we have so many, just like we are learning. We have so many things that they can do. And so that's why I called my different friends, put together 20 common career field, education, sports, so that when the children go through it, I simplified it for them, teenagers or secondary school students. They'll be able to maybe find interest in any of the career, not necessarily medicine alone. Someone like me, if I got a good counsel, I will have done education, maybe biology education, and maybe now I'll be a professor in, I'm not regretting doing medicine. Okay, so that's just the products we have. Okay, and finally we have value. So the principle contains the value and then synonyms of the values in which you can use it to teach them dictation, you can call out the values. So anyone they miss you correct, then at the end of the day, you give them the task to look for the words in the puzzle, and they still use it to teach them 52, 1 per week. Thank you very much. You have them at the back. This one is 1,500, 4,000 naira, 5,000, and 5,000. Thank you.
Yes, so please let's clap. All right, I just want to give do you have anything you say or do, and you like the anybody? Right, let me to the second today. So once again, so some of the senior colleagues, they call me BG. It's not blood pressure, it's blood. That's a so this is an MC. So I know problems. So come on, Spencer. So please let's remember to give you the gift of thanks, and we'll take. Let's put our hands together. Let's see later. They have done so many packages. So say we should advertise. She can do the movie. She's doing well. It's very affordable, trust me.
Okay, thank you everyone for gracing this occasion with your presence. Our sincere appreciation goes to joining us on this inaugural LASUTH ARD Treasure Summit, the first of its kind. It was born out of a passion to bridge the gap between financial knowledge and medicine, empowering doctors with the knowledge needed to make informed financial decisions, irregardless of the economic state. We are very excited on behalf of the ECLAT executives. We are excited that you have graced this occasion with your presence, and we are more than assured that you would have the confidence to make sound financial decisions from today henceforth. You're not just healing lives, you're building brighter financial futures for yourselves. We are honored that you have taken, we are honored to have you on this path, and we look forward to continuing this journey with you. Special thanks to all our sponsors, the ECLAT executives, the Treasure team for
putting in efforts into bringing this project to a reality. And we also say thank you to our congressmen and women for their support. Indeed, I believe that you now have the power to command your clinic and control your cash. Thank you very much. So please, let's turn to the last page of our jotters and let's take our money vow. So please, let's all rise up as we do this so that we can all go home. So please, before you go, try and start making your financial decisions by patronizing the real estate company and also the Cornerstone Insurance Company as well. Because if you leave today without making those decisions, you might just get lazy or start procrastinating. Like they said, building your financial future starts now. So please make that bold step today. Okay, so let's raise our right hands up and say after me. As a medical professional, I solemnly pledge to honor the abundance that flows into my life, to steward my resources with wisdom and integrity, and to cultivate a spirit of generosity and prosperity. I will strive to earn with integrity, spend with wisdom, and invest with foresight. I will respect the value of money and steward my resources with prudence, ever mindful of the impact of my financial decisions on myself, my loved ones, and my community. I will strive for financial stability, that I may provide quality care, invest in my professional growth, and make a meaningful impact in the lives of others. I will respect the value of my earnings and spend with moderation, ever mindful of my needs over wants. I vow to prioritize my well-being and that of my family above all else. I promise to uphold the principles of fiscal responsibility, transparency, and accountability. I have the power to build my money roadmap, tailored financially to my goals and values. I command my clinic and control my cash. I make this vow solemnly and with utmost sincerity to build a financial roadmap that honors my values and serves the greater good. So help me God. And with that, we've come to the end of the LASUTH ARD Treasure Summit for 2025. Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's take
I'm just going to choose random. Sorry, I choose you. Please, can you help us with